Hello, hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Making sure everything is good first before we get started. How's everyone doing today? It's definitely good. Glad to hear it. Alright, that should be good. Hey, Hunter, how's it going? Well, you saying you're doing good? So that's good. I'm doing well as well. I think the chat box is okay. Set a Miller in. Hey, Lumoside, how's it going? Yeah, you just came just in time. I just started stream like literally a minute ago. Making sure everything is good with both streams. Because I also stream on Twitch. Even though no one's really watching on Twitch, I just keep it up to make sure that I have both avenues checked. Okay. But both streams are good. Everyone seems to be doing fine. So this one should be a juicy one because it's going straight to them. We're going back to where we left off on the main event. Let me see. For some reason, you tried to play Girls Frontline 1. How did that go? And thank you for enjoying the content. I do appreciate that. I do enjoy making the videos, but I enjoyed it even more when people enjoyed the effort I put into it. Let me just make sure that sound is good. Let me see if this works out. And let me know if this... Ooh, that looks a little bad. Is that too loud for you guys? Am I too loud now? Chunky audio, yeah. Let me go ahead and turn it off then. I'll keep it natural. There was a booster on his software that I was using. I was wondering if it sounded fine, but then I looked at the change in audio levels. And I was like, wow, that looks like it got really loud for you guys, so I apologize for that. Hey Sequoia, fanboy, how's it going? Alright, that should be good. Make sure that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's get started. Now, there will be fights involved, and that's mainly because I just haven't done any of the story. But the fights are really short in this game anyways. Rush chapter in less than a month, that makes sense. We haven't gotten really far in the plot at all for Girls Frontline 2. Okay. The first rays of daybreak stream in through the trees that line the pavement, shining into a perfectly ordinary light little cafe by the side of the street. A girl dressed up like a shop attendant is hard at work. She's cleaning up the planters, making snacks, and changing out the coffee beans. She systematically works through the tasks that have to be completed before the cafe can open for business. Perhaps it's her neural cloud is occupied by these routine tasks, but she doesn't seem to notice the footsteps approaching her. Good morning. Springfield circles around to the other side of the counter and watches the look of surprise on the other girl's face with interest. Ah, manager. It's not often I find you so distracted, Cynthia Racy. My apologies. Why must you apologize? The point of this cafe is to help everyone live a relaxed life, after all. Cynthia Racy and Springfield look up at the same time. This cafe, decorated in retro style, has a signboard reading Zucchero at its door. The Zucchero Cafe is not only a popular hangout for their local residents, but also a secret clearinghouse run by ex-Griffin dolls to help their colleagues obtain information and seek help. After many years, the cafe has gradually put down roots and flourished, and it is entirely due to the efforts of the dolls who run it. Springfield nods to Cynthia Racy and smiles. Well, being able to see you this relaxed proves that my hard work hasn't gone to waste. Of course. I'll continue to do my best with you from here on out, manager. I'll be counting on you. That said, they are here today. But in that case, we won't need to worry anymore about the security situation. Indeed, right now, Zucchero is probably the safest place in the entire city. This also means I'll be able to put all my focus onto the day's task. After all, the preparations for today must be handled with the utmost rigor. You have a point. Let me help you too. Cynthia Racy nods. Springfield steps behind a nearby cabinet and quickly dons an apron before helping to portion out the desserts Cynthia Racy has made before placing them into the cold case. Seemingly spotting something of note, Springfield pauses as she tops off the milk in the coffee machine. Then she leans in close and takes a sniff of the grinder hopper. Oh my, are the beans in the machine from your private reserve of black ivory coffee? These things are too precious for most merchants to sell, even in the satellite city. As I recall, you saved up many glass pieces to buy them. Hey Warden, how's it going? Are you going to use them all today? Upon hearing Springfield speak, Cynthia Racy's face flushes a faint pink. Yes, I would like to make the best possible coffee I can today. Cynthia Racy turns the calendar on the counter to a new page with a thoughtful look on her face. Each box on the calendar is filled with entries for events in different styles of handwriting, such as meet with coffee bean supplier, trim the lawn, 100 Zucchero live, and so on. Meanwhile, today's box only has one word on it. Reserved. Ah, about that. Have you wrapped the gift for our customer yet? Of course. I've modified and cared for it in special ways just so our customer will feel the full extent of the surprise you prepared. Well done, Cinta Racy. You covered all the bases. Hey, Lon Trent, how's it going? Escalate quickly, really. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was going to get to that point. I honestly don't know how the cafe would manage without you. You flatter me. All this is just standard procedure. Oh yes, the coffees aren't coffees. Oh yes, the cookies are almost done. Would you like to try them, manager? I think not. I have other work I need to wrap up. The rest is up to you. I'll take care of it for you. Cinta Racy doesn't say anything else, turning aside to let Springfield through, as though they've rehearsed this movement countless times before. Springfield opens the door to the kitchen and pushes the cake flour on the shelf to one side before moving the syrup on the topmost shelf into another cabinet. After tidying the place up, she moves to the cabinet aside, revealing a patch of wall whose colors are brighter on account of not being exposed to the sun as much as its surroundings. Finally, she knocks twice on the wall. The wall section creaks, and then it suddenly splits open along a hidden seam, revealing a secret passage just large enough for a single person to pass through. In the darkness, Springfield expertly feels her way along the wall and finds a switch on it. A light comes on and illuminates the interior. A huge display monitor dominates the cramped room and turns on with the lights, displaying several locations being monitored by security cameras. Springfield scans the images on the screen, then presses the intercom button below it. Right on time, Manager Springfield. We managed to hire several very capable staffers recently, so I'm much less busy now. So, have you gotten any new stock in lately? Of course I have. What kind do you want? I'll go with coffee beans. I like the sweeter kind. One of our regulars have developed a taste for them. Also, have you received the special blend that Macchiato sent over last time? Oh, yes, I have. It was delicious. If you have more next time, I want it all. My, aren't we greedy? Can you blame me when your menu items are all excellent? Now then, back to business. That special guest I mentioned earlier will be visiting us today. I would like to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this meeting. As a supplier, can you provide the coffee beans today? Oh? Looks like this guest of yours is quite the VIP. Oh yes, he's our most valuable client after all. I see, and here I thought you were joking when you mentioned it last time. You really are a kidder. I have always taken my work seriously. Sorry, that wasn't what I meant. Ah, if you insist, I do have some extra coffee beans that I can supply today, manager. However, there would be an extra charge for a rush order like this one. Of course. We will settle our bill with you per standard procedure. Springfield soon receives a message. After she reads it, it automatically deletes itself. My, this does help a lot. Yeah, we just got started here. Really looking forward to seeing how this works out. Just as she's about to continue, an internal call suddenly comes over her communicator. Pardon me, but it seems we have a bit of a situation in the cafe. We'll continue this later then. The other party hangs up with Springfield and Springfield answers the call. She immediately hears a familiar voice. Manager, we spotted several suspicious individuals approaching Zucchero. Should I deal with them? Springfield looks at the screen. The security camera shows several thugs swaggering down the street. It seems they're just troublesome guests, so I'll let Sharkery handle them. Did you hear that, Sharkery? Is it time for Sharkery's debut at last? It seems there are some troublesome guests to the northwest of the cafe. Please take care of them. Will do. Sharkery will give each and every one of them a perfect show. The start for Team to 5 is pretty good. Thank you. It was pretty short, but I tried to make it as comprehensive as I could. So guess when this event happens, this should happen like literally in between and then after the Diane event. Should be happening around the same time. On a building roughly 1 kilometer away from the Zucchero Cafe, Macchiato is lying prone behind a set of guardrails on a balcony, concealed by a camouflage cape. After hearing the voice through her communicator, she finally shifts her gaze away from the optical scope for a moment. As she watches the doll in the distance sauntering off with exaggerated dance-like steps, Macchiato grumbles to herself. Honestly, can we really count on her? While she's a civilian doll primarily intended for the entertainment industry, this young miss has been fitted with a really advanced fire control component. Usually, she's the one who handles troublesome guests like these when you're not around. There is doubt written all over Macchiato's face as she continues studying Shark Ray through her scope. Clearly, she is not convinced by Springfield's words, even though you had your own event where Shark Ray literally proves herself, but, you know, not near there. However, the suspicious individuals each fade from Macchiato's view over the course of the next few minutes. Looks like they were simply layabouts. Fortunately, they didn't pose a real threat. Yeah, Macchiato is like the original tsundere, to be honest. Been holding it down since 2016. Shark Ray, how are things now? One moment, manager. This is the last of them. Shark Ray's voice comes over the transmission. Hey, aren't you from that bar in the underground shopping street? Have you paid your protection money for this month? If not, you'll... Wait a minute. Are you a doll? Ah! Ow, 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 stay back. Run away, run away. The sounds of flesh being bludgeoned fills a channel. See? She's good at this. I guess tricking the enemy with her detective appearance must be part of how she gets a job done. What's this? Is that jealousy I hear in Macchiato? Hell no! Who'd be jealous of a spoiled little brat anyway? Besides, all I need is a gun in my hand. And that's the wrap. Is Ruka and Parade in different cities? I believe so. I want to say yes. I think Zucchero Cafe is in like ODE 021, and the other place that Parita was in. No, I think they actually are in the same city. Because they should be in the same city where Squad 404 is in. But it's been a while since I checked the name, so I can't say for sure. They do label what cities they are in, so I had to check those names. Sharky suddenly cuts into the transmission, striking a pose before proudly declaring her work is done. Manager, I finished my mission without a hitch. Sharky, what's that behind you? In the feed, an arm slowly reaches out from the dumpster behind Sharky. Sharky climbs his back and delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends the arm down into the dumpster. Huh, it's nothing at all. So you just threw them into the trash? You could at least dump them in front of the nearest police box. Oh, no, my makeup's running. I need to go touch myself up. You have the stage now, Miss Macchiato. Hey, wait. I can't believe it. She just went and spotted a bunch of crap and then walked off just like that. Elvenkind. So when Wawa and 36 joined the Alma, what happens to the cafe? We don't know that yet. At least maybe this story will answer it. But I do know everyone eventually from the cafe joins the Elmo. So I would assume that it just gets closed down for a moment. Yeah, it's weird because they started. No, to be honest, Wawa is just tsundere. She actually does get along with Sharkry, but since her personality is literally like tsundere to a T, is always going to be a little frantic. I called her back. You should come back too, Macchiato. He's not here yet, is he? Maybe I should keep watch until he sets foot into the cafe. The police will keep an eye on things for today. And besides, I'm sure you don't want to be stuck alone on the roof when he shows up, right? Fine, I got it. I'm coming back now, okay? Although she has an annoyed scowl on her face, Macchiato is already getting to work on her final task. First, she opens her terminal and refreshes her data links. Scenes from the camera monitoring the streets around the Zucchero flash through her mind. Macchiato's neural cloud carefully parses and filters every single suspicious individual and sound, as well as windows and vehicles that could be used to spy on them. The 14th check reveals no suspicious conditions. The surrounding streets are safe. Yeah, Springfield did a lot of work as an informant. In fact, she is the reason why they're able to get in contact with the commander in the first place. Having reached that conclusion, Macchiato stands up and looks down from the highest ground in the city. As a professional sniper, she knows the layout of this place like the back of her hand. While this is a satellite city in the green zone, she can have a bullet in the opposition skull within a half a second of any threat exposing themselves, should the situation call for it. Considering what kind of occasion this day is, she does not want any unexpected interruptions. After verifying the situation, Macchiato disconnects a data cable that's plugged into a floor port before returning her exquisite rifle into its violin case and leaping off the side of the building. 20 minutes later, at the Zucchero's door chime rings for the last time today, the 4 members of the cafe staff are finally gathered inside the cafe. Thank you, Miss Macchiato. Your coffee is ready. Okay, thanks. Macchiato accepts a cup and gets a whiff. The rich scent of roasted caramel wafts into her nose. She takes a sip, and her tense nerves promptly relax. The bitterness is just right, and the foam feels really dense. In any case, at least you didn't try to mess with me and treat me like a kid. You know, you can just praise Tinterasi directly if you really want to. Were you expressing praise just now, Miss Macchiato? You see, the person in question had no idea you were doing it all. What a pain. I'll be more careful next time. You're really good at catering to everyone's taste, Tinterasi. This hot cocoa tastes super yummy too. As I thought, rather than icky bitter coffee, sweet cocoa really does suit the super cute Sharkry best. Kids really are easy to fool. Are you praising Miss Sharkry for being cute? Eh? What? Of course not. Looks like apart from lessons of cafe work, Tinterasi will also need to study up on speaking Macchiato's language too. I will do my best. Why are you acting so serious about this anyway? Aw, look, Miss Macchiato's ears are all red again. Perhaps he's trying to change the subject, or perhaps she really is bothered by something, but Macchiato turns to look outside the window as she annoyingly drums her fingers on the table. Speaking of which, isn't our guest here yet? The dolls look all outside. Crowds of people mill back and forth on the street, but the person they're all hoping to see hasn't shown up yet. The cookies will be cold if he doesn't arrive soon. Time ticks by, and as the sun rises, the anticipation in the girl's heart soon becomes worried. Did something happen to him on his way here? They don't want to speculate on the reasons for it. However, the guest has always been a very punctual person. Hey Ryder, how's it going? The cafe's telephone rings in silence. Springfield heads over to the counter and picks it up immediately, as though she's been waiting for it all this time. As she raises it to her ear, she mimes a shushing gesture to the other member of the cafe. Hello, this is Zucchero Cafe. Would you like a reservation or a home delivery order? Oh, this is the password system you arranged with him? However, the voice on the other end of the line is not a voice they have longed for. Springfield immediately turns to put her hand to the counter and gives the other three dolls meaningful looks. It's been a while, Miss Springfield. Hey, they changed their outfit. Damn, looks good. Alright then, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Does the fact that you had this comm code means you are with him? A wise seduction, and yes, I need you to help us right now. You won't refuse us, will you? Please get to the point. Simply put, things have gone wrong as usual and the threat level is code red. Is that D Dandelion? Yes. One of the best characters in all of Girls Frontline. I sent you the coordinates and a route. Whether or not he'll still be alive depends on how quickly you get there. See you later then, ladies of the Zucchero. After some silence, Dandelion hangs up. What? It seems our guest has encountered some difficulty on his way here. I believe we will need to make a delivery. Exclamation marks. Hi, here, am I late? Nope, you're pretty much right on time. This is the very first cutscene. They just now learned that the commander's in trouble. Manager, will be using the emergency action plan? One moment, please. While she has rehearsed this scenario in her neural cloud countless times, Springfield still wants to ensure that the plan goes off without a hitch. Macchiato, go with loadout number 1 and bring as much ammo as possible. After that, you will drive everyone to the objective location. Got it. Shakri, can you ensure that our order is delivered? I believe you installed the relevant software already. No problem. Shakri has gone through tons of Sims training. And for you, Centeracy, I fear we will have to open that gift we were saving for our guests ahead of time. I apologize for that. I know you spent a lot of time preparing that surprise. That's fine. The gift exists because he needs it. Its value would be maximized if we send it right when it's required. Thank you. Just in case, I will stay in the cafe and provide remote support. If the worst should come to pass, I will activate our emergency measures. If that happens, do not return to Zucchero. Proceed immediately to the backup safe house and meet there. Understood. Please be careful too. I will. Centeracy, please take care of everyone while you're outside. I'll make sure I keep everyone safe. So in return, please wait at home for our return. The Venetian blinds slowly close, hedging the sunlight outside the cafe, and the sound of the cafe door closing is drowned out by the clack 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 of rounds being chambered. They're getting ready for battle. A place which provides delicious food in times of leisure, and one which protects that which is important in times of danger. That is what the Zucchero is. Absolute menace, yeah. I love how this is just a group of old soldiers, yeah. This is a good way to reintroduce them. Unfortunately, I don't have Centeracy. Because I don't want to pull for her. Because I wasted like 130 tickets on getting this damn weapon for Ulrich. I was like, well, I guess I'm not getting sent to Tracy because I'm not going to not guarantee a pull for Fukai. But yeah, it seems that they changed the Deadline's outfit midway through. I'm pulling the maid. Yeah, she is a good character. I would recommend pulling for her. I'm just gonna wait for rerun though. 2 kilometers due west of the Intercontinental Railway transfer station. Black-colored IFVs drive out of the mist, the autocannons in their turrets sweeping left and right, searching for enemies. There's a large print in front of these IFVs. One of them comes to a halt about 50 meters away from the pit. After ensuring the situation is safe, its rear hatch slams to the ground. Ooh, 30 pulls is pretty good. Black armor troopers cautiously dismount, turning on the powerful flashlights mounted on the weapons and illuminating the vast, seemingly bottomless pit before them. The sky starts to drizzle and the soldiers' bracelets start to turn yellow. However, the troopers ignore the rising particle density. After the squad disperses and takes formation, a red-haired woman emerges from the battlefield, or the vehicle. She walks past the soldiers and up to the pit. The troopers act like they don't see her, the guns raised as they continue watching their surroundings for danger. She raises a cigarette to her mouth and lights it before looking disdainfully into the pit and taking a puff. The rain unfortunately puts the cigarette out. The woman scowls, then tosses the cigarette to the ground before forcefully stomping it out. Bad sign, my ass. It's just the same shit at different day. Behind her, several more IFVs drive up to the pit. Black armor troopers quickly dismount and spread out to scan their surroundings. Soon, they fill up the space in front of the pit. The badges on the black armor troopers proclaim them to be from the Mongi security. Mongi or Mongi? I'm not too sure, but I'll go with Mongi for now. But their equipment and attitudes are markedly different from the average PMC grunt. The woman changes the channel on her radio and begins giving orders. Everyone listen up. This is Hazard Level 3 assignment. Charlie, Delta, and Foxtrot teams. Head underground and carry out Plan C2-7. Bravo and Echo teams, watch the perimeter. Alpha team, stand by. Now, as for our ROE, she takes out another cigarette and lights it. After taking a puff, she pauses for a moment. Should be read as Manji. We can go with that. Like I said, I'm not too sure. So if anyone can verify how it's actually pronounced, I can go with that. Then the woman slowly exhales a cloud of smoke before giving her orders. Magni? Oh, that's a decent look. Kill everything that moves. The black armored troopers are silent. The woman gestures and 3 teams of men immediately pivot and head into the pit, while the other 2 begin establishing a defense line around them. The woman continues smoking her cigarette. The soldiers behind her wait until she's done before walking up and asking her a question. Adjutant Lentine, why are you deploying 6 combat teams on a single level 3 assignment? Because the brass paid to deploy 6 combat teams. Even so, don't you think 16 is a little much? Does a Black Op this time really bother the brass that much? Just look. Lentine points at a terminal in her hand, which shows the view from a trooper's helmet camera system. 1,000 yards there included, yeah. She grimaces in disgust as she looks at the insignia on the wall, and she covers it up by lighting another cigarette. Paradise again. The squad leader shakes his head. They've been way too active recently. Is it making us look bad too? You mean our nickname? Thanks to this goddamn Black Op, even the rest of Mogni. Mogni. Even the rest of Mogni security forces would rather die than let us help them. I mean, have you even heard of the nickname they gave us? Omen. You don't like it? We're the best of Mogni security. We should be something like Shining Edge. Okay, so there was Artrist. Not Omen or whatever. Yeah, when you see Shining Edge, that means there was Artrist. Shining Edge. The woman suddenly bursts laughing out loud, then cuts off her laughter by sticking another cigarette in her mouth. After taking a puff and getting her breathing under control again, she begins to speak. Frankly speaking, I actually like that name. Nobody who hears it is going to have any illusions about what we're going to do next. She points at the squad leader's head. Say, Kenny, when you became a security contractor, did you actually think you'd be keeping anything safe? Of course not. Did you know? I really, really hate it when people go expecting something of me and then end up depressed when their expectations fall short. I keep hearing crap during missions like, aren't you here to save us? Or, why can't you do this? And whenever I do, it makes me think that I'm just some parrot in a cage. A parrot? Because everyone thinks you should be saying what they expect you to say. Nothing else registers as proper words to them. It's just noise, like a rooster going awk awk or something. Kenny is momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just then, a voice comes over in the radio, and the two of them end their chit-chat to check their terminals. Adjutant Lentine, we're closing on the target area, preparing to enter. Switch off all the security cameras, but leave one patch directly into our comm channel. Do not record any imagery from the mission. Roger. Have Delta block off the entrance. Foxtrot will cover you. Use up all your explosives. Roger. Time for work. Lentine tosses the cigarette butt aside. How many cigarettes did she have this far? She had like 4 in this cutscene. And heads for her IFE, with Kenny trailing after her. Once they get inside, the monitors inside the vehicles show the positions of the combat team members who have entered the tunnels and the view from their body cameras. On the screen, the black armored troopers are moving from the elevator platform towards the huge smashed gate. They enter from the room beyond, covering each other in a leapfrog fashion. She smoked a 20-pack, yeah. It's like she barely got started and she smoked like 4 cigarettes. Like, and might as well be 4 and not 3 because of how fast. Like, is she just puffing like really, really hard? Is she that addicted? The room inside contains several dozen huge culture tanks with human body parts enmeshed with plant tendrils floating in the culture solutions. The power source in their middle glows dimly. 500 cigarettes, yeah. We found multiple samples. The power hasn't shut off. There might be a contact risk. Stay away from those tanks. Inform all teams the assignment's hazard level has been upgraded to Tier 2. Understood. I'll let them know right away. Heh. Looks like their ritual site is down there. It's not often that there's one so close to a green zone. These lunatics are getting wilder and wilder. Don't let your ethics cloud your judgment. We take money to solve problems. We're just gophers for a small, independent PMC. Take Bravo off sentry duty. Have them go down there to support the others. Got it. I'll contact them. Kenny keys his radio and gives orders to the combat team on the perimeter. Lantane's eyes are focused on the screen. The images from the camera continue moving as the troopers take plastic explosives out their backpacks, which they plant in the various corners of the room. No life forms detected nearby. Charges have been set, awaiting further instructions. Proceed for... There's a shout from behind and the image shakes violently. The viewpoint quickly turns to the rear, where a trooper in the back has been impaled through the forearm by a thorny plant stem from one of the culture tanks. The trooper tries to escape, but the stem burrows deeper into his flesh. Purple liquid oozes out from the stab area, and the trooper's arm immediately swells up. The man beside him draws a knife from his waist and promptly chops off the wounded man's forearm. Yeah, just clean off, just like that. The stabbed soldier wails in agony, staggering back from the pain and shock. His teammate pulls out a med kit and administers a septic and painkillers. Beyond our imagination. Yeah, they just don't show it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They really should show stuff like this. The camera views shift to the plant that is burrowing deeper into the severed arm. A white-colored mist sprays in from off-camera. Abnormal contact occurred. One man has been injured, suppressing with liquid nitrogen. They still use C4, or they haven't invented new explosions. As far as I know, it's still just C4. Yeah, it's a very sharp knife. I was like, is it like a laser knife at least? Because these guys are wearing armor. Like a hot plasma knife or something? The vegetation soon freezes over. Unable to bear the weight of the forearm, it falls onto the ground and splinters into many pieces. How many times do I have to tell you to not approach the tanks? Lantine sighs and rubs her temples. Send him up. Will do. Lantine leans back into her chair and addresses Kenny in a mocking tone. Well, well, lucky for him. For the low, low price of a half an arm, he gets to collect a big fat compensation paycheck. The guy who was wounded was probably Masio. He's been with us for close to 10 years. Close to 10 years? It's been that long already? You know, when I get sick of being an adjutant, you should take over. I'll go join a combat squad and get some random little injury. When the time comes, make sure to give me a nice little bonus. Enough to retire with. Yeah, right, adjutant. Who else would be kind enough to share their compensation with someone else? You mean you want to share yours with me? Hell no. Wow. Petty much? Lantine pouts to express her displeasure, but they've gone through this routine so many times before that Kenny doesn't even bother following up the old gag with her. You just carry liquid nitrogen, apparently, yeah. Greg has a vibro katana and Girls Frontline 1, and Soul has a superheated sword and Never Cloud. Makes sense to me. Yeah, I would hope so. Maybe Nakali has a freaking... Yeah, she does have a laser. Naginata, yeah. How many more rooms are there which need blowing? Intel indicates there's 2 more. Looks like there's a whole mess of black op for us today. Suddenly, Lantine pulls off her earpiece. Kenny is about to speak, but she signals for him to stop. Did you hear something? I think it sounded like a helicopter. A helicopter? The squad leader removes his earpiece, listens carefully, then shakes his head. Not a thing. What happened? Our intel didn't mention anything about an aircraft passing nearby, right? I mean, it's perfectly normal for people to use aircraft without filing for a permission in an ungoverned region like this. Lantine frowns and puts her earpiece back on, but she continues speaking in an unhappy tone. I have a bad feeling about this. Adjutant Lantine, we just got a transmission from Bravo. They found an elevator that wasn't mentioned in the intel. and there's a large thermal signature coming from the chamber below the elevator. I'll patch in the video feed from over here. From over there. The two of them turn back to the screen. It flashes, and then its perspective changes. This time, the viewer is looking into the pit with a thermal imager. Give me the size and composition of the thermal signature. One moment, please. Scan complete. I'm picking at least 40 life forms and a massive thermal source, massing at least 5 units or more. 5 units? So it's a Boojum then. So they just summoned us even before the ritual was complete. That doesn't happen often. The sound of gunshots come from over the transmission, seemingly from a long distance away. I hear gunshots. All teams, stay alert. Who are you engaging? Hang on. There's nobody. None of the teams have engaged anyone. Then something must have happened underground. Delta, finish planting the explosives. The rest of you, head deeper into the pit. This assignment hazard is now tier 1. All personnel, prepare to engage the Boojum. Understood. Well, the answer was simple enough. There was an added hint of nervousness in the man's voice. They're calling this a hazard level 3 mission, even though there's a Boojum present. You're wondering why they showed us so much, right? Looks like you got your answer. Still, even if the FABN group is in charge of things, if Boojum so close to the green zone is going too far. Forget it. This isn't any of our business. Have Alpha prepare themselves. We'll be... Suddenly, they hear bullets strike the exterior armor plate of the vehicles, followed by an emergency transmission over the radio. This is Echo. We've engaged unknown dolls. They're attempting to enter the underground chamber. Dolls? How many? Unable to estimate. They have a sniper. 2 of our guys have been hit. We're pinned down. God damn it. Kaden, get the IFE over and get them support. Why now of all times? Rhino 2, Rhino 3. What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you returning fire? What? Your optics were destroyed. You shower of useless assholes. Must I do everything myself? Keeney climbs into the gunner's seat and prepares to manually control the autocannon for the attack. However, there's a sound of a crisp impact from outside the vehicle, and the gunner's monitor in front of him promptly bursts into a sea of static. What? Don't waste your time. We aren't going up against ordinary dolls. Alpha, mount up. We're moving in to assist. How would CSP and TS fare in this situation? Mulch up on it. Yeah, she's super sick. So SCP and TFs, that name is escaping me right now. I'm not sure what that means. I have to look it up. I destroyed their optics. They shouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. Got it. Ready to break in? Yeah, give me 30 seconds and I'll be at your position ASAP. Sharkry, stay inside to keep the engines running. Prepare to head out at any time. Eh? So I won't get a chance to shine? Not unless you want some 25mm ventilation in your frame. Okay then. But don't take your time. Oh, them. Okay, yeah. I actually haven't looked into them at all, so I can't say. I know that they're quite the meme though. Wait, is it really only 2 units? We can't hold them, Adjutant. Those dolls made it underground. That fighting style, and such capable T-dolls. This is Bravo. We made contact with unknown T-dolls. They got a lot of firepower on their side. Requesting backup. So there are T-dolls underground as well. Heh. Looks like things are becoming more and more interesting. Interesting? Leave 3 people behind and tend to the wounded. Everyone else, follow me. We're going after those dolls. Got it. Meanwhile, on the side of the pit. How many enemies are there? There should be at least 50 according to the scans, right? Is there another way? As you can see right now, I'm just a diner. Look, I am being serious here. In that case, we should be able to solve the problem handily once the reinforcements arrive, right? Reinforcements? Where are we getting reinforcements from? Just then, I hear a familiar yet unfamiliar voice in my earpiece. The moment I do, I know that we've been tossed a lifeline. Master, do you read me? Loud and clear. We received Miss Dandeline's distress signal and are now approaching your location. Macchiato's come too. Wait for us, Commander. Don't you dare die down there. Looks like my number's not up yet. Dandelion, give me time to reach this location. Already sent. The enemy's rate of fire is massive. The sooner we're out of here, the better, considering we don't know if more enemy reinforcements will show up. I quickly glanced through the signal icons on my terminal. Racy and the others are approaching fast. From their position, I can count on them to help me pincer the enemy. However, we'll need to take Helena back to the Bujin first. CHE02. CHE02. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because I know ODE was used in the main story, so that makes sense. Or for the main chapters when you meet Helena. I look around. Diane is hitting the enemy with everything she's got. Colfine and Helena she's protecting are looking at me with frightened eyes. We don't have much room for error, but I am certain that even after all this time, the dolls can still work well together. There's no more time to hesitate. I quickly decide on my next move and give my orders. Diane. Commander? I need suppressive fire from you and Jiangju in the direction to draw the enemy. Or to draw their attention. Our reinforcements will flank them from behind and will break through their location. Ah, yes. Dandelion. Help compute the ideal attack route for Diane and Racy and send it to them. Already done and sent. Racy, give me a sit rep once you get in position. Then wait for my go. Yes, Master. ETA is 1 minute. Diane, keep laying down fire. When I give the word, we'll make a break for a more open area and draw the enemy's attention. Jiangsu? Can you and your big sis put on a good show to distract them? No problem. Just leave it to me. That's all I needed to hear. And who might this be? Her name is Hua Hui. I know I butchered that name. Just go with it. She's a new friend of ours. Got it. How about this? You look pretty agile. So can you help bring Helena back with us? I'll have Dandelion disable Helena's defense systems. That's Diane and Zhang's commander for you. I already given orders without hesitation even though this is the first time we've met. Hey, if you can't handle it, I can do it instead. Of course I can. Should I head out now? I'm glad you're willing to help out. Wait for my signal. I looked up at the Helena who's still floating in the air. She is watching us struggle with a look of amusement on her face. I pay her no further attention and look down at the Helena in front of me. You're Helena too, right? Yeah. Do you want to live? I can't die yet. I see the determination in her eyes. And then I turn to Colfine. Protect her. She's also Helena. Okay, Colfine reaches down to support the Helena beside her and looks up at the airborne Helena. So, our Helena? Relax, she'll be fine. Saying so, I turn and look at the hovering Donde gate. Which Helena is who? I believe the Helena that's floating upwards is the one, it's the new one. And the one that is on the, that's next to the commander is our Helena, and she's the one who killed them. I'm pretty sure. It's been a while since I've seen the Diane event though, so I can't be too sure, but I think that's how it worked out. You can do it, right, Dandelion? Oh no, the Helena's floating air is our Helena? Okay. As you wish. After I give my orders, the dolls all look at me. I take a deep breath and wait for the transmission to come in. Okay, now I remember why. Because the new Helena is the one who's been with us, who found us while we got separated from the other Helena. Master, we've reached our attack position, waiting for your command. Got it. Everyone, go! Cintheracy and Macchiato silently drop down onto the elevated platform at the bottom of the shaft while their black armor enemies are focused on firing in the other direction. They suddenly open fire, cutting the black armor troopers down before they even know what's going on. The Dalsus take the position that the enemy once occupied and begin providing us with cover fire. The Donde gate, that's so funny, flies up to Helena, who seems unhappy. The spherical defense system begin to glow, but Dandelion seizes control of them before they can finish charging up. Nap time for bad kids. You? Before she can finish, the three spears glow and then revert to their box form, which encloses Helena. Say F your physics, yeah. Zhao Hui, go now. Got it. Zhao Hui throws out a grappling line and immediately springs towards the high ground while Diana and Jianzhu run towards Cintheracy. Run! Everyone breaks into a mad dash. With Cintheracy and Macchiato pinning them down, the enemy's volume of fire is significantly reduced. I'm running at the group while Colfine at Helena follows close behind me. Diana and Jianzhu bring up the rear. As we approach Cintheracy, I notice the flickering of flashlights in a tunnel off to our side. Master, incoming enemy reinforcements! It's in my blind spot, I can't hit them! Cover the commander! Diane and Jianzhu immediately rush to the head of the group and turn to face the enemy reinforcements. Jianzhu presses on my shoulder to get my head down, while she and Diane block the bullets from the side. The original Helena is just kind of fucked up right now. She's possessed by something. Kind of like a... She has like major memory problems right now. So, it's like that she remembers something. And it made her all super fucked up. That's all we know for now. The two dolls mount a fighting retreat away from the enemy. Dazzling flashes of light erupt as bullets splinter and fragments against their frame, but they grit their teeth and continue returning fire. Looking up, I see that Zhao Hui has taken the Helena box out of the air, and she's using her grappling line to rake the enemy with fire one-handed as she swings through the air, flippantly throwing them back. Go now! As the enemy fire falters, we begin another sprint towards Cintheracy's location. Zhao Hui makes a hard landing beside us, and the Donde gate follows close behind her. Cintheracy, use this! Macchiato picks up a smoke grenade from the black armored corpses and tosses it to Cintheracy. The two of them prime their smoke grenades and throw them out. The two smoke grenades hit the ground and clouds of white smoke obscure us. Everyone gets behind cover, perhaps it's because they can't see us anymore. But the enemy gunfire suddenly stops. Senator Racy, Y2K, thank you for your support. I'm called Macchiato now. It was an honor. Miss 9597, are you alright? We're fine. Our frames are still functional, but we should leave ASAP. I look at the dolls. The end shoulders and head are damaged. Her head and shoulder, that's fucked up, are damaged, while Jeonju has 2 big holes in her thigh. Senator Racy and Macchiato hop onto the platform elevator. Coughing heads holds a panting Helena as they make their way forward, while Xiaohui struggles with dragging the heavy box on her back. I run onto the elevator too. It groans and rumbles before slowly grinding into movement. The dolls keep their weapons pointed the way we came, but no enemies follow us. The thunderous gunfire that surrounded us just now suddenly vanished. The surroundings are quiet except for the noise of the elevator. For some reason, I don't feel the joy of narrowly escaping death. On the contrary, a sense of foreboding fills my mind. Shrakri, are there any enemies at the position we entered from? Not right now. Are you sure? This is important. Shrakri's been watching through a telescope all this time. Alright then. Start the ignition. We'll be there in 5 minutes. You have a vehicle outside? Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise gift. A gift? But... Macchiato, bad news. I'm seeing tons of IFEs headed towards your direction. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Isn't that all the IFEs we saw just now? What should Shrakri do? Prepare to engage. Commander, there are IFEs trying to intercept us. I should have known they wouldn't let us go so easily. Master, I have a plan. I love how there was a Bujin that uses practice chess supports for 2 minutes, yeah. IFEs with 225 million autocannons? Apparently so, yeah. Let's see. Here, let's see if this is a battle. No, okay, I need to get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I need to remember that when I do stuff like this, I need to have a drink on hand. That way I can keep my voice intact. Okay. Adjutant Latine, look out! The red-haired woman is caught off guard by the green-clad doll, suddenly jumping across her path and forgets to duck. Kitty tackles Latine to the ground, and the bullets that would have hit her square in the chest and then instead slam into the man's back plates. The other troopers immediately stop shooting and drag the 2 of them to safety. The woman gets to her feet and immediately checks on the squad leader's wounds. Kenny, are you alright? Hell if I know. She quickly inspects the place where he was struck and finds the bullets stuck between 2 of his ballistic plates. Get up already. It's not going to get you. It's not going to get you pregnant. The woman kicks the squad leader. After realizing he wasn't injured at all, Keeney scrambles to his feet. Linting pays him no further heed. Instead, she peers out from behind their cover. The smoke cloud has fully spread out. She can't see anything. So I'm wondering why he couldn't realize that he was injured or not. Does he have no pain receptors? That's interesting. Adjutant, we lost sight of the target. Should we pursue? Give me a casualty report. We got 12 KIA and 25 WIA. Losses are serious. WIA. So that's wounded in action, but I never heard it that way before. Goddamn motherfuckers. After them. I want them all to burn in hell. Calm down, Adjutant. We're at a huge disadvantage fighting dolls at this range. Linting trembles with rage. She pulls out a cigarette and takes a deep drag from it to calm herself down. After a brief period of contemplation, her reason wins out over her emotions. Bravo, evacuate the wounded. Everyone else from the other teams who can still move, form up into a squad and follow me. We're heading up to the surface to wipe them out. Once we get out of the underground levels, blow all the charges. Yes, ma'am. Kenny, have everyone from Echo who's still alive drive the IFVs over to block off the exit with those dolls are using. Stop them no matter what, even if it means having to physically hit them with your cannon barrels. I'll contact them right away. The attack and losses sustained have far exceeded anything she's expected. Meanwhile, it's very hard for her to not imagine what has happened here after looking at the corpses of the Bujum in the deep pit and that the woman in black outside of it. What the hell am I even fighting for? Linting mutters to herself, a mix of emotions in her heart. Then she casts aside her cigarette butt and vanishes into the darkness of the tunnels with the rest of her men. It's like 50% nicotine? Yeah. That's true. This is Rhino 4 hailing Rhino 1. We picked up the Echo and are heading for the tunnel entrance. A few remaining black armored troopers file into the IFVs. Their rear hatches up and their engines roar loudly. What am I fighting for? Yeah, I was thinking about that. As far as I know about the passive vent tabs, by the way, at least in the Chinese version, I've only seen it used like a couple of times. So I wouldn't expect it to be used anytime soon. 1 copies. We're falling behind you. Ready to cover you anytime. The 2 IFVs stop at the entrance of the tunnel. It is wide enough that they can drive into it side by side. The remaining 3 IFVs are parked outside the entrance, flanking it with their autocannons pointing into the opening. All their targeting optics are riddled with bullet holes, forcing their crew to pop their hatches and physically view their surroundings. The vehicle's headlights turn on. One of the vehicle's commanders signals an advance, and the 2 leading IFVs drive into the tunnel. Rhino 4, let the infantry scout the surroundings. Don't let yourselves get flanked and ambushed. 4 copies, they're on high alert. The black armored men emerge from the vehicle, guns held at the ready as they eye the area around them. This is Linting. The enemy is taking the elevator up. Head to the top elevator landing and intercept them. Smash them to bits. 4 copies, Adjutant. You heard her. Pick up the pace. Copy. Accelerating now. The IFE picks up speed, crushing crates and corpses underfoot. The black armored troopers notice that the crushed corpses have Monkey security written on their gear, but their rapid movement soon carries them out of sight. So basically, they ran over their own people. Stopping at the end of the tunnel, the IFV's headlights cast a clear glow ahead, while the elevator platform noisily makes its way up the shaft. The spinning yellow lights and alarm klaxons are a constant reminder of the IFV's crew and compliment that the elevators is about to arrive. The elevator platform is stacked high with various crates. The IFVs turn their turrets to cover it as it comes into everyone's view. Open fire. Open fire. Roger. Commencing attack. While they can't see the enemy positions, the IFV gunners pull the triggers on their hand stations without hesitation. The IFV's autocannons and coaxial machine guns open in unison, the tremendous power of their large caliber rounds shredding the boxes and crates on the platforms to pieces. The autocannon rounds even pierce the platform itself and turn the center into Swiss cheese. The plumes of smoke from the gunfire cover the entire platform, and it's only after 10 odd seconds of this withering barrage that the IFVs finally cease their attacks. Cease fire! Cease fire! Do you have visual contact? Unable to determine, but there's no way anyone could survive that. Rah! A sharp blade slashes through the neck of the speaking trooper. He stares incredulously at the maid-attired doll who has appeared behind him. Blood splurts out from his severed carotid and jugular. Especially just slices his neck. He tries with all his might to stop the bleeding, but fails. And he collapses limply through the turret hatch and into the vehicle's interior. Ambush! Ambush! Drop off your troops! Rah! Another doll descends from the ceiling, landing heavily on the turret. The crewman nearest to her tries to pull out a pistol and shoot, but she kicks his head so hard, it spins a full 360 degrees around his neck. What the hell is going on? Report! We've been ambushed. Disembark and form up now. Fatality. Yeah. Don't shoot. We'll capture one of the IFVs and wipe out the rest of the enemies. Roger that. Commencing operation. Nikita looking really good on the inside? Yeah. I'm like, ow, Jesus. Just a minor neck injury, right? Yeah, this is the stuff I was looking for when Girls Frontline 2 started back up. It's like we need more raw moments. Yeah, I like the way Nikita looks. Did she take a talk shotgun blast point blank? I don't think so. Actually, I think she did. But well, she is a doll, so she is able to do that. Yeah, I have not seen a translation for Nikita's event, what they teased. So I don't know exactly what's going on, but it does look like she's either going to get betrayed or something like that. Seems a bit of an espionage work. Yeah, 45 tanked a tank shot, but I wouldn't say she tanked it well. Yeah, I wouldn't say she tanked that really well. Thanks, Interacy. Those autocannons would have shot us to bits if it wasn't for your warning. Climbing up a tiny platform was a piece of cake. Those people were totally underestimating us. Just before the IFVs arrived, the dolls had already carried me and jumped up to the elevator landing, where we hid in a side tunnel. Meanwhile, Zhengzhu and Sintaracy lay in ambush on the ceiling, waiting for the enemy to deliver themselves into our net. You know, it's kind of weird. Shouldn't they have like radar or heat sink signatures, or is the PMC's equipment just not that good anymore? Like, I would have thought that they would have been able to detect them, you know? But, maybe their equipment's just not that good. Oh yeah, UMP40's design is pretty banging. I'll put it that way. It looks really good. Just before the IFEs arrived, the dolls had already carried me and jumped... Oh yeah, I already read this. There was no way those enemies would have given up so easily. Macchiato engaged their IFEs when we arrived here, so my guess was that they would have used them to head us off. You can thank yours truly for destroying the optical systems. Otherwise, they would never expose themselves like they did. Okay, that's why. That's why. That's why. That makes sense. That makes complete sense. I'm glad they addressed that. Good point. We would have had a much harder time if they had buttoned up in their vehicles. Those metal boxes are a real pain. Seeing how proud Macchiato looks, I nod in her direction to show my approval. Still, staying here is too dangerous. I just defer the dolls to gather up so we can begin planning our next move. Thank you, everyone. You were a godsend. Come on, let's mount up. I'll handle the driving. Miss Dandelion, would you mind helping me download some driving software? On it. So Cynthia Racy didn't know how to drive. She has to download software to drive right now. I feel like I've seen a scenario like that before, where it's not in Girls Frontline, but it was in some other show where they can just immediately download something in order to immediately do. Oh yeah, the Matrix. That's what it was. That's what I was thinking of, the Matrix. You know, like Neo's like, I know Kung Fu. That's like that stuff like that. Where to even download driving software? It's Dandelion. She does anything she fucking wants. But here it makes more sense, yeah. Cynthia Racy climbs into the driver's seat while the other dolls chunk the corpses out of the vehicle before filling up the passenger compartment. Cynthia Racy finishes downloading the IFV driving software just as everyone finishes taking their places. Just as she begins to reverse, however, a massive explosion comes from deep within the underground complex. Damn it. They must be trying to blow up their place. Hurry, we need to get out of here. Yes, master. Cynthia Racy floors the accelerator on the IFE and lurches it forward. The tunnel behind the IFE begins to disintegrate in its wake, and chunks of debris fall from the ceiling like stone rain. Rhino 4, come in. Rhino 4. Echo Team, do you copy? I think they're all dead. Son of a bitch! All remaining Rhino units, listen up. Seal off the tunnel exit. The tunnel is collapsing faster and faster, but Cynthia Racy is already driving as fast as the IFE can go. From her perch inside the turret, Macchiato spots more IFEs waiting to ambush us, but there's no way we can slow down now. They really do need to make more anime scenes. It's getting like, it feels a little bit lazy at this point, so I hope they crack back down on making more animated scenes. Shrikery, get over to the tunnel exit right now. We need backup. Go with plan 1. Weapons free. Weapons free. Eh? Is it time for Shrikery to assign performance at last? Yay! We slam into a wall of lead from the IFEs outside the tunnel, forcing Macchiato to duck back into the turret. In front, bullets, cannon shells, and all manner of ordnance throw up an endless rain of sparks as they ricochet off the IFE's armor. Behind us, the collapsing tunnel surges forward to consume us all. Suddenly, a tremor of whirling blades shake the air from behind the IFE. that are outside the tunnel. The helicopter armed with rocket pods has just arrived in attack position. Yeah, the only reason I think I don't have them is because of rewrites. Yeah. I think that's the reason too. Because I believe that there are going to be animated scenes, or there are animated scenes in future events. And this one is strictly a rewrites, so I can see why that there isn't any, but all this stuff is so important that it really feels like that, they should have done at least something, it's a modern gacha game, They kind of gotta go more all into it more. It's a chopper. There's an attack chopper out there. A what? Hang on, we're almost there. The black-clad soldiers are running through the wilderness at top speed. The exit behind them belches flame from the demolition charges as they sprint towards the other one. Those trooper boobs are so... Honestly, yeah. Okay, that has not escaped me. I just haven't mentioned it right now because I figured it's just like... The design is actually kind of realistic. Because, assuming it's a guy, he's just probably just like really, really bulky. So the chest is actually good because it's probably like a lot of armor layered in there. Quick, shoot it, shoot it! Oh, yeah, I like this. I like this quite a bit. I found the VN style. Yeah, but even with VN style, I feel like the story comes across better if you put more flair into the important scenes, The IFV's turrets begin swiveling, but it's too late for them. The helicopter hovers in midair, and then a volley from its rocket pods turn the IFV into burning wreckage. Yeah, that's probably Hunter. Like, if you want any area to be protected, it's your chest, because that's your most vulnerable spot. The IFE from inside the tunnel roars out into the open air and bashes the flaming wrecks aside, trailed by explosions which completely destroy the tunnel in its wake. As the flames chase it, the IFE carries on towards a small hill in the distance while spewing black smoke. The helicopter gracefully banks to the side and flies past us, landing on the hill where we're headed. Once we get there, Sintaracy puts on the brakes and I emerge from the IFV. While I barely open my eyes because of the downwash and grit, what I do manage to see still shocks me to the core. Nothing could be more familiar to me than the black helicopter before me, except perhaps for the worn but still legible insignia on the side, the shield of Griffin and Kruger. Get to the chopper! There's no time to admire it though. The dolls pop the IFE hatches and begin climbing towards it. I help the dolls push Helena and the box into the cabin. In the distance, the black armored troopers have also gotten to the high ground of their own. The woman who leads them anxiously gazes at the helicopter in the distance. God damn it! We won't be able to catch up with them. Kenny, do we have any rocket launchers? We do. Bring that chopper down. Give me a pair of binoculars. The woman takes the binoculars that one of her men hands her and looks through them at the helicopter. Range is 260 meters. Fire and ready. Through the binoculars, she sees the dolls pulling the human into the cabin. The human takes a seat on the lip of the passenger compartment. Lentine ups magnification on her binoculars, but when she sees the man's face, she suddenly freezes. Isn't he From Frankfurt? She immediately changes her mind and gives in the order. Cease fire! Huh? However, the squad leader has already pulled the trigger. A rocket streaks out towards a helicopter. The helicopter immediately pulls up, trying to bank out of the path of the rocket. However, the intersection of its course and that of the missile has sealed the fate of the group in the helicopter. Firing. 2 shots ring out, piercing the rocket and throwing it off course, where it explodes in midair. What the hell? The shockwave from the rocket's explosion shakes the helicopter, but the pilot soon levels out. It continues picking up speed, trying to get out of this godforsaken hellhole. We still have hostiles nearby. Find them. The helicopter's still in range. Should I keep going? As Kenny barks orders to his men, he raises another rocket launcher, awaiting Langton's response. All units take cover and wait for further instructions. Upon hearing the order, the black armored troopers obediently remain still and make no further movements. In the distance, the helicopter picks up speed and fades from sight. Meanwhile, the hidden shooters do not reveal themselves. So they're just covering the escape then. 2 gunshots, 2 people. She shoves the binoculars back into Kenny's hands, then takes out another cigarette and lights it. The surviving men in black remain silent, as though waiting for Lentin's next order. A moment later, she throws the cigarette aside without so much taking a drag on it. Wait, why? And turns to address Kenny. Contact HQ and tell them the mission's complete. Then inform personnel and have them pay out the maximum compensation for our fallen men. Kenny nods. When writing your combat report, attribute all our personnel and material losses to the battle with the Bujin. Do not mention anything about the battle with those dolls. What? Then find the most reliable underground broker you can. I need information. Lots of information. With that, Lentin heads into the distance, ignoring Kenny's questions. The sound of the world begins to fade away as she loses herself in thought. There is only one thought left in her mind. Why? 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 Driven by that thought, she sets out on a mission on her own. That is interesting. So, just so everyone knows, the commander is considered the hero of Frankfurt. I don't know how the... Okay, so currently, for the finale of Girls Frontline 2, it's written so that the commander focuses on saving as many lives as possible in Frankfurt. So he was actually given a medal for protecting the people of Germany, even though he's a Soviet soldier. So a lot of people know him from Frankfurt. He is considered a hero in Frankfurt. So the thing is, that woman does not show up in Girls Frontline 1 at all. So she is a new character. So she's either a fangirl, or there is something that has happened during the time skip that we don't know about yet. But it is interesting that she is so intense about seeing the commander. Yeah. What did it cost most of Griffin and Kruger? That's the funny part, because Possibly. It's very, very possible. Like I said, we have no idea who. Well, I have no idea who she is. I should preface that, because maybe people from CN knows more about her than I do. I'm not really reading the story in CN right now. I just play CN for the gameplay, and I leave the story for here. So I don't know anything ahead of CN right now. So as far as the finale of Girls Frontline 1 is concerned, none of the T-Dolls actually died during Frankfurt. Something else happens to them, but none of them died. The helicopter rises through the clouds and reaches its cruising height. That said, Frankfurt did get fucked up, though. I will say that. Frankfurt does get fucked up pretty hard. And that's why the commander was so crucial there. I get back inside the cabin and close the door, whereupon the active noise canceling system installed in all Griffin helicopters engages and excludes all outside noise. The silent surroundings make me realize that I've left the combat zone, and it's only then that I realize that my hands are trembling, a feeling that is slowly rising up my arms. I clench my fists, doing my best to stabilize my heart rate, and then I begin considering the current situation. Based on what I saw just now, the involvement of Paradis, those PMC troops, and that other Helena are all very unnatural. That's correct, Lontran. What on earth is Dandelion trying to pull? Where is she trying to steer all of this? I look at the flying Donde gate. I can't believe he's still calling it that. And think about how to get a straight answer out of her. That missile headed at us did not explode for no reason. From its trajectory and the position where it exploded, someone must have shot it down. In other words, someone secretly saved us. But who could have done that? I pondered the question, but can't come up with anything. Since I have no evidence or proof to support it, all I can do is set it aside for now. So where shall we go next? I'll ask Santa Racing Macchiato later. I'm sure they have plans of their own. Should I continue with this transport mission? I look at the box in the other Helena, who looks just like the one I know, but acts completely different. Once we get to a safe place, I'm going to have a good long chat with her about what happened before we got to her. After this brief period of contemplation, I look around the inside of the cabin. This is a standard issue Griffin transport helicopter. Judging by stability in flight and normal operation of its noise cancellation, this chopper has most likely been maintained at active duty spec from 10 years ago. While the fittings are a little old, they're all pretty much standard issue from back then. Even the first aid kit is the same as before. Macchiato heads over to the co-pilot seat and talks to a doll I've never seen before about our flight path. Cinderesi takes the first aid kit from under the seats and begins treating the wounds of the dolls who were damaged in the battle just now. The dolls begin exchanging their names and rejoice over surviving that battle just now. Yeah, I know about the second Helena getting a new look. I look at Colvin. She's trying to strike up a conversation with this other Helena, but the latter does not respond in any way, only looking down at the box. She looks uneasy, but I can tell she's trying to rein in her emotions. She's been secretly observing everyone since we got on the helicopter and thinking about something. The box has been secured on the cabin floor. Zhuahui looks worriedly at it, then looks up at the hovering Donde gate. Say, this box isn't going to suddenly change back to its spirit form, right? I've already assumed direct control over the box authorizations. That said, its occupant might be able to take back control. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looks up and addresses the Donde gate in an earnest voice. She is already gone. Hmm? I can no longer sense the lurking unclean. So she's gone, hmm? The Donegate flies in the front of the girl's face, its mono eye focusing on her, but the face reflected in its glassy depths does not change. Looks like there's no more danger then. Lucky us. But she has left her burden behind. The box cannot be opened for now. Why? Are you afraid she'll replace you? You should not do that if you don't want her to die. After saying that, the girl lowers her head once again and remains silent, no longer listening to Dandelion's teasing. With a sigh, I look away from their conversation to the dolls. Cinteracy has just returned binding Diane's wounds, so I approached them and asked about their condition. Diane, Zhangju, are you alright? You don't have to worry, Commander. They were merely flesh wounds. Yep, and a band-aid or two will be just fine. Diane's injuries aren't particularly bad, but Zhangyu has suffered a penetration injury through and through to the leg. So Cinteracy kneels before her and begins administering first aid. To mature, serious talking. Memories are a bitch, you know? She carefully extracts the bullets and fragments. Then it fills the wound channel with packing epoxy and applies a applies a flash wound skin patch over the entry and exit wounds. Zhangyu limpers up her leg, then nods happily to Cinteracy in gratitude. Seeing as Cinteracy has finished first aid for them, I decide to ask her the question that's been on my mind. So, what's the deal with this helicopter? Kinda slow in the uptake, aren't you, Commander? Can't you tell that this is a present that your subordinates prepared for you? The Donegate shifts its position to directly over my head. I try to look up, but I can't see her. Is that true? Cinteracy puts the tools back into the first aid kit, then looks up at me with a smile. Indeed. We heard that you were working in the yellow zones all this time, so the manager and everyone in Zucchero decided to chip in and get this for you. We were planning to present it to you when you came to the satellite city. However, the situation was urgent and we needed to get there ASAP, so we had to give it to you in this way. Do you like it, Master? The sudden surge of emotions leaves me unsure what to say next. As nostalgia assaults my brain and I look around, I feel like I've gone back 10 years in time. But after seeing the box on the ground and Helena beside me, I realize that I am no longer in the past. Thank you, everyone. Don't forget to thank Springfield. It took a lot of effort to acquire this transport helicopter. After Macchiato finishes talking with the pilot, she heads into the pilot's cabin and takes a seat opposite me. Did she? And your name is now Macchiato. That's my name now. Make sure you remember it. I will, Macchiato. Is Springfield with you too? Yes. Manager is waiting for us in CHE-02. CHE-02 is one of the satellite cities on the escort routes. I look up at the Donde gate. It pretends that it didn't notice me looking. We should be safe now. Would you like to contact the manager? Ah, yes, we should. Please, put me through. With rocket pods, yeah. Cinteracy adjusts the transmission frequency and patches the signal into my earpiece. Soon, I hear a familiar voice through it. Oh my, Commander. It's been a while since we last spoke. Yes, it has. Sorry for making you go through all this trouble. Now, no need to sound a ceremony, Commander. Are things going well on your end? I guess not. You're as funny as ever, Commander. Judging by the fact you're speaking with me over this channel, I take it you've already received your present? Yes, although I have no idea how you managed to hold on to it for so long. It's definitely a big gift though, and it's definitely appreciated. That's good to hear. I'll make preparations to receive you at the cafe. The cafe? I see. Speaking of which, I brought a rather complicated bunch of guests with me. Will it be convenient for you? Miss Dandelion has already told me the details of the situation. As for those Helenas, they'll need special care. You may need to make some preparations before coming to the cafe. Preparations, you say? I understand. Oh, yes, regarding the Elmo. I've explained the situation to Miss Mei Ling and asked her not to worry. You don't need to worry about the rest. I've already told the staff members what to do. Just get some rest along the way. We'll deal with any problems that come up when you arrive at Zucchero. Well, that's Springfield for you. She's already taken into account of all the things that were worrying me. I nod, then end the call after thanking her. As I take in the view outside the window, a wave of fatigue suddenly washes over me. Apparently, the sense of security I felt from knowing that I was surrounded by my dolls led me to relax unconsciously. In this event, I mean. Did she always have those armored plates? This is the first time she showed them off. Yeah, this was the first time ever, actually, that she showed herself off in the battle gear. I lean against my seat and close my eyes, allowing my consciousness to drift into the depths of my mind. Commander! Commander! An indistinct voice speaks into my ear. It sounds like Helena. I force my heavy-lidded eyes to open and force my sight on the white-haired girl before me. There seems to be a film of condensation over my field of vision. Helena? Commander, we've arrived. I move my slightly stiff joints. I hadn't been expecting to be sleeping so soundly. Then I look around. Helena's the only one here. Everyone else is gone. Where is everybody? Commander. She bursts into tears. There, don't cry. What happened? I fumble a little as I try to wipe her tears, but she ends up grabbing my wrist instead. I never imagined this child could be so strong. I can't break free of her grip. Commander, save me. The Helenas, deceived, lies. Don't worry. If nothing else, you'll be safe by my side. But if you need my help, then you'll need to tell me everything, okay? Helena is still sobbing, but she nods. Suddenly, her pupils dilate, and the string fades from her hand. I use this opportunity to regain control over my wrist. Right after that, white mist floods in from outside the helicopter. Helena begins muttering to herself, as though she's been summoned by something. Helena won't. I'm not traitor. Before she can finish, she turns and rushes into the mist. I reflexively follow her. As the mist clears, I grind it into a halt as I see a seemingly endless expanse of epiphyllums before me. Ah, fuck, it's the epiphyllums. Here we go. Countless Helenas are walking forward through the flowers. The epiphyllums bloom, and petals fall like rain. This beautiful scene is indescribably eerie. Helena! My voice shatters the silence of the Helenas. As one, they instantly turn to look at me with vacant eyes. Only one of them has the same sad look on her face. You should not have come here. Then leave with me. We'll go together. Helena shakes her head. My destiny is here. Destiny? To hell with destiny. A thought flashes through my head. For some reason, I feel like if I let go of Helena, I'll lose her forever. You are kind, Commander. What on earth are you saying? I pick up the pace until I reach Helena. I need to get her out of this creepy place. I'll physically drag her away if I have to. However, no matter how much strength I use, Helena refuses to budge. The kind die. But you must live. Okay. The kind... Was that a translation error? The kind die. The kind die, but you must live. Helena picks an epiphyllum beside her. The soft, lovely flower instantly transforms into a sharp blade that gleams coldly. And she stabs it into my heart without hesitation. Oh, the kind die. Okay, I get it now. I get it now because this happens. I can't dodge the blow, but my chest doesn't hurt. It just feels cold. Helena weeps, and my consciousness grows hazy. Yeah, I get what it means now. I guess I needed more context in order to actually fully understand what she was saying there. I bolt upright like I'd been electrocuted. After gasping heavily for several seconds, I realized the Dande Gate is perched to my chest. That must have been where the coldness came from. Were you dreaming? Upon seeing that I'm getting up, the Dande Gate hops off my chest and takes to the air. I turn to look at the girl in the corner, then at the box, then quietly sigh. More like a nightmare. I think I was too tense. I'm okay now. Dandelion flies a circle around my head before descending before my face again. As long as you're fine, get ready. We're about to land. I look outside the window again. The helicopter is approaching the city. The doll whom Macchiato called Sharkery is speaking into the communicator. It seems she's talking to the local air traffic controllers. Looking down, I noticed that despite us heading straight for the city, the air defensive placements on the walls are not tracking us, as though we're old friends. That takes me by surprise. It implies that this helicopter has been legally registered and has permission to use the city's airspace. The cost of obtaining such permission might actually be greater than the price of the helicopter itself. The helicopter slowly descends as we near the city, until we end up touching down on the small helipad near the city walls. Where was this helicopter acquired from? From Griffin Kruger. Apparently, it's been maintained for the past 10 years. After stepping out of the helicopter, the massive quarantine walls fill my line of sight. As I look around, I notice that all the nearby security cameras are facing elsewhere, as several men in police uniforms approach us. Macchiato moves up to meet them and stuffs several black cards into their hands. You know what? I think of black cards. When I say black cards, I just think of the black cards for the skin gacha in Girls Frontline 1. Like, oh, so we're buying skins real quick? I need that. The men nod before heading towards the helicopter. They walk past us as though we were invisible and enter the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter lifts off and flies elsewhere. Come with me, Commander. Miss Diane, Miss Zhang Yu, and Miss Xiao Xiaohe. Sharkery will take you to the Zucchero Cafe. It is a safe place where you can rest for a while. Commander, go rest. I'll come by afterwards. Diane nods and the trio of adults head into a passage with Sharkery. Meanwhile, Macchiato enters a passcode into a nearby door before beckoning me over. I enter with her, followed by Colfine, who is holding Helena's hand. Cinteracy is at the rear of the group, carrying the box on her back. After passing through a rundown maintenance passage and taking a cargo elevator into an underground area, we arrive at a small storage unit. There is a 6-seater light truck inside it. We mount up in silence and drive it out of the storage unit. As we emerge from the underground area, the sunlight hits my face. It is sunset now, and the truck slowly climbs in a long spiral from the sublevels of the satellite city towards a higher elevation. As we go deeper into the city, more and more lights come on. It seems they're celebrating some sort of festival. Helena's eyes are drawn to the lights of the city. She seems to be trying to greedily devour them all in her gaze. All this must be fresh and new to her. I can practically sense the excitement and eagerness boiling in her heart. However, when she looks back inside the truck and sees a box and the floorboards, her eyes go dull again. These don't look like dull eyes, they look like pissed eyes. She notices that I'm looking and turns to look me in the eye. On my part, I do not shy away from meeting her gaze. Then her mouth opens as though she wants to say something, but then she hesitates. Instead, she turns away, looking neither at the city nor the box, but at her feet, and she seems to be waxing thoughtful. Thoughtfully? An hour and 2 more changes of vehicles later, Macchiato drives into the skyscraper, whereupon we dismount and get into an elevator. As its doors open, we are greeted by a bright yet completely sealed room. Springfield is there, clearly. She has been waiting for us for quite a while. Welcome, Commander. Did you enjoy your trip? And here I thought we'd run into a blockade or be subjected to a thrilling car chase. Looks like I was overthinking things. It would be terribly rude to subject you to something like that after you came all the way to CHE02. Well, that's our reliable cafe manager for you. Speaking of which, this isn't Zucchero, is it? I look around. We appear to be in a very high-end safe house, packed with all kinds of comms equipment and weaponry. Even the walls have been reinforced with ballistic armor plating. But of course, this is one of our hiding places. It is used to be a high-end apartment. I've renovated the interior, so it should be quite secure against internal and external threats. After considering how important this little miss might be, I thought that it would be best to put everyone up here. Well done, Springfield. You really did think of everything. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you as our first stop. The Donda Gate comes to a halt in front of Springfield and projects Dandelion's face. Why, if it isn't Miss Dandelion, I thought you'd be coming in person, but this body of yours? Oh, you know how it is. The commander couldn't spare me a proper frame, but wanted me to risk my life while slaving away for him, so I had no choice but to make do with this Donda Gate for now. Oi, that's enough nonsense out of you. Still the same old Miss Dandelion, it seems. Anyway, please help me charge up this Donda Gate. Its battery must be on its last leg after a whole day of flying around. I think I'll go take a rest myself. I'll leave the rest to you guys. The Donda Gate flies above Springfield, and with a snap, it powers down and falls into her hands. She really does, yeah. Springfield finds a wall socket and plugs the Donda Gate into it. I didn't think it'd take up just a wall socket. Interesting. Like, I know that T-dolls can just use wall sockets, like back in Girls Frontline 1, but I figured that they would have more stuff now to charge with, but maybe they just don't have the equipment right now. Just a little funny, that's all. Then she dusts her hands off before smiling at us. There's a room for everyone here. Let's all relax and take a break, yes? Springfield walks up to the girl. Now, as for you, Miss Helena, if you don't mind, would you allow us to lend you a hand? The girl doesn't answer, and Colfine directs a pleading gaze at me. It's fine, let them handle it. You should get some rest too. We'll meet in the hall later. It's only after hearing me speak to Colfine that Colfine lets go of Helena's hand. Seeing Teresi leads Colfine to one of the rooms and escorts her inside. Springfield smiles and holds a hand out to Helena. The latter doesn't take it, but she eventually nods after hesitating for a moment. Is this the biggest reunion so far in Girls Frontline 2? I would say yes. I say yeah. It's bigger than when we met back with Squad 404 and Kalina. Well, even then we didn't meet all Squad 404. It's just Linda and Leva, so we didn't even meet the whole team. So yeah, this is the biggest reunion so far. Springfield then turns to say a few things to Cinderace before the two of them lead Helena into another room. Before they leave, Springfield turns to speak to me. Commander, you should go rest up. We'll contact you once we clean her up. Right. After Springfield and company leave, the only people left are me and Macchiato. Let me take you to your room. Yeah, you won't do more than that, I know. Please do. Ah, she made the first base. Macchiato leads me forward, then stops in front of a door. I open it and see a guest room within. It's not too big, but is luxuriously appointed, and there is a shower and bathroom inside. This is a really fancy place. I guess that's a high-end apartment for you. The one I bought is way better than this. Huh? You got a place of your own? Of course. Look, Commander, and I'm just saying if... It's nothing. Go bathe. You smell like a fire. Oh, okay, I'm going now. I enter the room and Mike had to close the door with a click. Obviously, she wanted to invite him to her place. It's like, can we bang at my place? That's what she really wanted to ask. I sigh heavily, then take off my jacket before lying down on the bed. While I still feel very tired, sleep is long in coming. It's not like I want to sleep. Yeah, the commander wins by doing absolutely nothing. After tossing and turning a few times, I decided to clean myself up and enter the bathroom for a shower. The clean room and comfortably warm water makes me realize that I haven't been treated this well in a long, long time. As I spray myself with hot water from the shower head, I think back on things that happened before this. One thing's for sure, I don't regret anything that's happened. I feel much more refreshed after exiting the shower and dry myself off. Then it's on with my clothes and back onto the bed again to await Springfield's summons. Just as I'm about to fall asleep again, after many minutes, I finally hear Springfield's voice from my terminal. The dude hadn't slept. He didn't sleep at all. Commander, is now a good time? We finished preparations on our end. That's true. I throw on my jacket and head outside. As I do, I see Springfield and the others waiting for me in the main hall. I notice that Helena's sitting on a sofa. The grime and blood stains from earlier have been cleaned off and she's wearing a fresh set of clothing. Hey, look, if you play Girls Frontline 1, you got everyone's affection to max. Colfine is sitting by her side while Springfield is seated opposite them. Macchiato and Centuracy are watching us from a distance. Can my boy get 7 hours? Nope. Oh, that's cute as hell. This is a really good look. Is it okay if I say this is cute as fuck? I glance over at Springfield, and she moves aside with a smile. I walk up to Helena, then take a seat on the sofa opposite her. You look much prettier now. Helena blushes a little, and then she answers in a very quiet voice. The nice ladies helped wash me up. It was all thanks to Centuracy's hard work. As for the clothing, the only thing we had, which was remotely in her size, was Sharkry's outfits. So we hope you like it. Blue Archive Dank. Are dolls even equipped? Are T-dolls even equipped to fulfill that? Yes. Now it's going to depend on the model, of course. So it is a bit up in the air if T-dolls, if Griffin T-dolls, if IOP T-dolls are equipped with that. But we do know for a fact that dolls have been used for entertainment purposes, as it has been worded in the past. So it's good to assume that they can do that. Well, at least she looks like a normal girl now. A normal girl, huh? I rest my elbows on my knees, then lean forward to study Helena for a moment before I begin speaking. I know you must have a lot of questions about us, just like how we have a lot of questions about you. I'm sure everything that happened just now must have come to a huge shock to you, but it's over now. So let's sit down and have a good chat. It wasn't much of a shock. Really now? Well, it wasn't much compared to what happened in the past. The girl frowns and she looks up at me. I look back at her without flinching, and she decides to take the initiative. Who are you people anyway? Where should I begin? Well, I'm just a perfectly ordinary bounty hunter, and these dolls are my ex-subordinates. They're all kind and friendly dolls, but I guess you already knew that. Helena looks at the dolls around her and nods. They are kind and friendly, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're good people. Why did you save me? Why did you bring me here? We were asked to escort Helena to a safe place where she could be cared for and protected. Escort Helena? I turn to look at the box on the ground. The girl's eyes follow mine. Someone handed that Helena to me, and so we ended up being attacked by all kinds of enemies each day. From Varjagers to Paradus, and now this Manji security. Except for it's not mixable. Yeah, I know. Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to leave you there. Reason? Is that why you fought Paradus and those mercenaries? Paradus has always been our enemy. I wouldn't have spared them even if I hadn't been tasked to escort Helena. As for those mercenaries, I don't have any particular grudge against them. That said, I had no reason not to shoot back at them when they shot at me. I guess you can't trust me just yet, huh? I look up and give Springfield a look. She steps forward and addresses the girl. Don't worry, this is a safe place. I can guarantee you that those neaters, unitates, I forgot how it's pronounced. Unitates or unitats I'll say you need Tates. And Manji security people will not find you here. The commander here fought Paradise 10 years ago, so you can feel free to tell us if there's anything on your mind or if you have any request. Miss Helena, can I call you that? Or is there any particular way you want us to address you? There are two Helenas after all. It would be best to make a distinction if you're going to stay with a commander. Do you need tits? Is it you need tits? Unitas. That's what it is. Unitas. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Unitas. That's what it was. Thank you. Yeah, it should be Unitas because that's how it was said in the when there used to be voices. There's no need for that. I won't be disturbing you for long. Do you mean you're going to leave soon? But where will you go? I'm very grateful to you for saving me, but I'll take care of the rest myself. I sigh heavily. It seems this girl isn't as pure and innocent as our Helena, but behind her facade of grizzled independence are hints of a naive streak. I scratch my head at a bit of a loss for how to go from here. Even fighting 10 Manji security combat teams at once would be less of a headache than this. I'm just not used to handling kids. Mockley and flashbacks, oh no. After thinking for a moment, I decide not to beat around the bush. It's probably time to get straight to the point. I'm sorry, I know you don't want to remember things like this right now. But the things we saw in that underground facility today, they might be linked to all of our past. And I want to sort this matter out. I want to uncover the truth, no matter what. So that what happened back there will never happen again. So can you tell me everything you know about what happened down there? Why a village full of people would end up being snatched or used as test subjects? Why there was a Boojum and Neater down there? What kind of ceremony were they conducting, and why Helena, that's to say, you, exist? The girl listens silently as I rattle off a string of questions. She listens earnestly, but shows no indication to answer them. Well, let's be fair here with Mei Ling. She did grow up to be a drunk, so yeah. After a long silence, she speaks at last. You shouldn't look any further into this. What do you mean? If you keep investigating, you'll end up like those people in the tanks. You'll end up dead because of me. I'll end up dead because of you? She's like 21, I believe. 21, 22. Is she 19? I don't think she's 19. I'm pretty sure she is in her 20s. It's on her profile. But, yeah, I had to go back and look at it. Yeah, 21. Is that why you don't want to stay here? Because you are worried about that? She falls silent again. There is an anguished look on her face, one that I've never seen on Helena's face before today. Since they look identical, I can't help but compare her to the Helena who's been with us all this time. You look alike, but your personalities couldn't be any more different. She meets my gaze, then practically shouts what she's thinking. I don't know how powerful they are, but you won't be able to get out easily if you get mixed up in this. From the moment I learned Paradise was involved in this matter, I knew that there was no way I could just stand idly by. Why don't you understand? You knew I wasn't your Helena back then. Why did you insist on taking me with you? You should have just taken your Helena. I told you before, right? Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to just abandon you there. And even if you aren't Helena, there's no way I leave a child in a place like that. Stop pretending to be a good Samaritan. The things surrounding me are darker than you can imagine. There won't be a good end for you if you get involved in it. Too many people have already died because of me. I can't have any more. Do you understand what I'm saying? I get it, yes. But you aren't going to die because of you. But we aren't going to die because of you. You didn't kill those villagers, and neither did you kill those Stake agents. What? It's not your fault that they died. It's the fault of that cult and the people behind them. If you shoulder the blame for their sins, you'll just be letting the true masterminds get away from their crimes. He's right. Colfing, who has been silent all this time, suddenly stands up. Colfing? The followers of Paradus, they killed my sister, just like they killed the people in those tanks. They don't need a reason or motivation to hurt others. They do it because they want to. So I can't accept what you're saying. I can't accept how you're taking the blame for hurting others, when it's clearly those cultists at fault. I don't know what happened. I don't even know who I should be hating. But I want to do something. I want to change something. That's why I've been staying by Helena's side, no matter which Helena it is. My sister is dead and she's not coming back. But maybe if I try hard enough, the people who would have suffered like my sister did won't have to be hurt. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying this to you. The air in the room goes silent. After saying her piece, Colfing sits back down and says no more. Thank you, Colfing. I look at Helena, and I address her in as kind and as firm a tone as I can manage. Running away won't solve anything, and running away won't stop tragedies like that from happening again. I'm sure you understand that. But don't take everything on yourself. Also, don't look down on us. You saw how we took out that Bujum and those mercenaries, right? We'll uncover everything about that Helena incident. Considering how that Helena ended up in my hands, I'm pretty sure you know how determined we are to interfere on this matter. Helena bites her lip. There seems to be a great struggle going on in her heart. Are you from Stake too? Nope. But we can do more than they can. Helena thinks for a moment. Then she speaks at last. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. My memories are limited to what happened in that village. Neder and Unitas called me Lord. Okay, that sounds familiar. And those villagers looked at me as a miracle. That sounds familiar. Created by God. That sounds familiar. They said I could help everyone find Cavitas, and then lead everyone to freedom from pain and gain eternal... That sounds super familiar. Do you know what Cavitas is? No, I don't. But I heard that it was everyone's been searching for. In order to find this Cavitas, they put me on those instruments and did all kinds of experiments on me. Experiments. More bloody experiments. Don't those Paradus bastards have a single original bone in their bodies? Commander. Pardon me. What happened after that? The PTSD is real. After that, I learned that it was all fake. The villagers who were bathed in the so-called grace, they all became monsters. Colfing looks at me. So that's why Crefium. Or Creefum. It all makes sense now. So that's the ceremony they were talking about. They controlled those monsters and turned them into the Boojums you were talking about. But I could hear the wailing and lamenting in their hearts. The ceremony made them obedient to me, but all I could do was give orders as that woman dressed in black commanded me. I didn't want to do this anymore, but there was nothing I could do except pray each day for a miracle to happen. And then someone actually came to save me, as though they were answering my prayers. One day, a group of people who said the same thing as you came to the underground complex. They said they were StakeSec agents, that they were going to save me. I was so happy then. They took me out of the tunnels. They told me to wait for their pickup in the villages. But in the end, they never came. At that time, I didn't realize they were probably in those tanks. I had nowhere else to go. My only company was the lingering spirits of the fallen. At that time, all I could do was pray, and then my prayers were answered again. Another me descended from the heavens, shining brightly. So our Helena was drawn to you by your prayers? The girl hesitates for a moment, and then she nods reluctantly. Yeah, I think she heard my call. The fact that these Helenas can speak to each other's hearts is something that's come up before. It seems the similarities between them and Paraduce's old needle research warrants further investigation. Oh, yes, there's one more thing. Who exactly is that person who possessed Helena? That consciousness who was talking to us? Why did you say she betrayed you? Our minds once lived in a sea of flowers. Back then, there were many, many copies of us. But we were killed by that voice. The memories from the sea of flowers told me that she was the first Helena. She did not accept us and wanted to kill us, so she would become the only one of her kind. So, it's Highlander, yes, but there is some similarities with the isomers. This seems to be a little bit different, though. We once had the chance to escape, but because of her betrayal, we were cast out to the Sea of Flowers, where they all died because it's epiphans. If it wasn't because of her, if I had just been more determined back then. Helena clenches her fist, and as she scrunches up her face, tears begin welling up in the corners of her eyes. I understand. Alright, you said enough for today. Go get some rest. My questions have been answered. What she said indicates that what happened before is essentially the same as what I theorized. Paraduce took over a village, tricked its inhabitants into following their damn cult, used them as test subjects to fuse them with plants, which they later combined into Boojum, then tried to use the Helenas, which could hear psychic messages, to control them. Meanwhile, Leader and those cultists were responsible for protecting and controlling the Helenas. Manji Security was responsible for ensuring their perimeter was locked down. This was a comprehensive biological experimental setup. While I don't know what the aim of all those experiments is, it's perfectly in keeping with Paraduce's way of doing things, as we know from Talon. And that also makes me certain that those bastards haven't been completely stamped out yet. Let us handle the rest. I promise you that nobody else will get hurt again. Colvin, stay by her side. Also, we need to check on the condition of the Helena in the box. Will do, Commander. Springfield, please take care of them. We'll have to discuss our course of action going forward. Understood, Commander. Please leave it to me. Springfield nods to me, and then she turns to the sniffling girl. I said sniffing girl for some reason. Miss Helena, you haven't told us how you'd like us to address you. I think Helena is probably just a code name. I don't think you want to be called that forever, right? I wasn't given a name. Then, how about you give this lovely little lady a name, Commander? A code like D68 isn't much of a name after all. You want me to do it? In that case, I scour my brain to try to come up with a nice-sounding name for the girl before me. How does Melanie sound? It's not too bad. A guardian of souls. I'm sure those infected villagers must have believed you could protect them even in the direst situations. I couldn't do it then. But... She looks up at me. I think I understand the meaning behind that name. Please call me that from now on, Commander. That's so cute. This is an audio clip with the resource ID Wolf that number. We must adopt the Helenas. They've arrived safely. Our missing comrades were confirmed to be there as well, right? Yes, they were killed. But their deaths were not in vain, thanks to the commander's intervention. He's still as much a busybody as always. Still, that's just how he is. You don't seem to approve. His methods are highly inefficient, though they are effective at times. I don't understand him, but so long as he doesn't interfere with our mission, I won't oppose him. Perhaps that's how humans think. He's just like she was, always so pretentious and very infuriating at times. That's high praise coming from you. However, my assessment is that we haven't gone deep enough. Perhaps we need to establish more direct contact. Very well. Since you're the leader now, I will obey without question out of consideration of the mission's efficiency. Still, don't forget our original objective. Alva. Alva. So that could be Team Defy, just because they might have been referencing Angelia. That might be too easy though, so it's a bit up in the air. Damn you, RPK. Yeah, the herd I was mentioned could have been Ange. It might have been. I don't recall any. Okay, so the thing is that Commander and Angelia are really similar. So that makes the most sense to me. Shaw is not similar to Commander at all. Besides his stubbornness. So that was pretty telling. So it seems like one of the things that I was thinking about was Commander had that dream, and that was kind of similar to like a dream that M4A1 would have back in Girls Frontline 1. It's pretty strange that Helena was able to psychically link herself to the Commander. Because as far as we know, at least, the Commander is not modified in any way. And usually, in order to have psychic powers, that are still used by technology. Because they had a... Instead of neural clouds, it was a... like a neural ID print, I think it's called. So I'm wondering how that works. Yeah, it might be pure psychic powers, and honestly, that's not far-fetched. Yeah, virtual connection image, that's what it was. Virtual connection image. And another question is, okay, that that adjutant, Lentine, what's up with her? How does she fall into all of this? Hey, Dead Five, how's it going? Yeah, you finally caught me live. I'm glad you made it. Uh, we're just catching up with all the information we've been getting so far, and we're not even halfway done. It looks like. Yeah, I'm wondering what her deal is. So it's good. They're laying out some mysteries here, and I think some mysteries were missing if you were a Girls Frontline 1 player. A lot of, like, we were stuck in like the prologue for a while, but now we're actually at a point where we have some mysteries that we can theorize about. So that's good. Well, Alva. So we don't know who we call Alva in this at this point. I find it really hard to believe that AK-15 would be leader. That doesn't seem like her style. Yeah, they're definitely laying out a lot of groundwork right now. I'm glad we're finally getting to a point where we can start asking questions on what's going on. AK-12 talking shit? Or AK-15 talking shit? Hmm. AK-15 doesn't tends to not care a lot. A lot can happen in 10 years. Did you reach Grows Up PTSD moment? In this event? No, that'd be a spoiler right now. Remember when they said, yeah, we read this was just in 10 years, yeah. Is William still alive? Yes. He hasn't made an appearance, but yeah, he's still alive. Is Angelia's birthday? Yeah. Okay, let's continue on. Let's get some more answers. Let me get a drink first. I'm sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffee Centeracy has just brought me. After returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls, the first one in a long time. Centeracy and Springfield served up a sumptuous meal, and then the dolls and I had a long discussion about the past. Springfield told me about how Zucchero was founded, while Diane recalled the adventures of Monsoon as they traveled between the satellite cities. Centeracy did her best to serve everyone, while Zhang Yu and Zhao He were about to put on an impromptu performance for us, only to remember that their instruments and luggage were still at the train station. Springfield helped them contact the local authorities, and when they learned that the missing items would be shipped over to them, they were so happy that they dragged out Shockery stage to sing an off-key song. We cleared the tables once we were done eating, or rather, they did. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down in. As the night wears on, the lights in the buildings outside gradually go out, and the clamor from outside the windows slowly quiets down. I hold an exquisite mug in my hands, savoring the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside it. The sensation was commonplace 10 years ago, but for me now, it's a rare and precious thing. After all, this is the first time I've been reunited with my dolls after so long. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long time since it happened, I can clearly remember the looks on everyone's faces when I announced that I was quitting Griffin. The confusion, the shock, the worry, and the protest. That did not happen. That's why it's... Yeah, that did not happen. But let me read a little bit more. But at that time, I was utterly powerless. I couldn't give them an acceptable explanation for what I had done. What makes me feel even more guilty is the fact that even after all this had happened, after meeting everyone again, not a single one of the dolls has come over to ask this question. Why did you leave, Commander? It seems everyone still has that same unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave, the one that couldn't even convince myself. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting as though nothing had happened? Maybe it's run to Hellion? No. Yeah, this just didn't happen. Sorry, Dad. I gotta call this out. In the finale of Girls Frontline, he didn't actually tell them that that he was leaving. What actually happened was that he disappeared. As far as the dolls would know, he died. Even though they didn't believe it at all. But he never actually told them that they were leaving, or that he was leaving. So yeah, that is a very large disconnect from the Girls Frontline 1 finale and what's going on now. So, considering that this rewrite happened after the finale came out, there's something going on here. It can be one of two things. The first is that there's going to be a rewrite. The second is that there's timeline fuckery going on. It's one of those two. So that's why I paused there, because like, yeah, that didn't happen. He didn't actually tell anyone that. Gordon Freeman. Springfield helps Cinteracy return the dishes into the cabinet, then glances towards me. Apparently she noticed the complicated look on my face, because she undoes her apron, ooh, and walks over to my table before sitting down opposite me. Respond, Commander. You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. I feel a little conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Yeah. And that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues watching me, and I can't continue speaking for a while. Would you mind if I venture to guess? Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us, just a little. You didn't say much while you were eating, either. Is there something you wanted to say just now, but couldn't? I take a deep breath, trying to gather up the courage to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in coming, and I should have said it in front of everyone. But when I finally managed to build up the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing, Commander? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. Yet the fact that she's asking this question despite knowing the answer is strangely calming. I try to gather my thoughts and say what I've been keeping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving, and I'm sorry for that damn agreement. I pause, and after thinking about it for a bit, I continue speaking. I always thought that signing that agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. That did not happen. God damn it. This is so frustrating. I knew it might not have been the best choice, but if it meant everyone could be safe, that you'd have a future, then it was a price that I would gladly pay. Springfield keeps watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I always felt kind of relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. I guess it's a sign of how useless I am. I was arrogant enough to think that this was the way to give everyone a better future, and that I could escape from those inconvenient realities that I didn't want to face. I knew it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew was right. A lot of people died, yet I'm still alive, and the only reason why I survived is because countless dolls gave their lives for me. Okay, if he's referencing Frankfurt, that didn't happen. If he's referencing all the other times, yes, that did happen. So, yeah, I'm still just kind of seeing how this all lines up. Well, I guess it kind of happened in Frankfurt, sort of. Not really. It's kind of weird. But do those sacrifices even mean anything? I haven't found the answer to that yet. And so I drifted through this chaotic world for the past 10 years, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove I hadn't chosen wrongly. But the more I looked, the more lost I felt. I thought that turning my back on war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up what power I had would give everyone peace. But it was all pointless in the end. Oh yes, I was no longer being used, but that's because I was no longer of use at all. And even after giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put you all in danger. In that case, what even was the point in giving it all up in the first place? You heard what I told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own hands, let's move on. Paradox is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. And as for me, by giving up everything, I lost the power to change anything. You know, back in the day, we used to be able to send choppers wherever to deploy, like 25 T-dolls at once. That is true. Even did it for the sake of a certain senior of mine. Nowadays, mainly got to scrounge up a few screws to turn them into nuts and bolts. After seeing all this, I really wanted to ask myself, hey, what the hell are you even doing? You made your choice, but you keep second-guessing yourself. Does someone like this even deserve to be called a commander? Do you think you're an URNC big shot who can get elected just by keeping a low profile? In the past, I still had the strength to change something, but now all I can do is endanger you for the sake of putting up some petty resistance. And that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things that I've kept in my heart for all this time. Springfield continues listening until there's nothing more to listen to. I raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. Okay, so before I go further, he says that he killed William with his own hands. In the Girls Frontline 1 finale, that does not happen. That literally didn't... Spoiler alert, they didn't even meet in the finale. That's how off the rails it goes. The only thing that happened to William in the finale was that M16 shows up and rips his arm off. That's literally all that happens to William. So, like I said, since this rewrite happens after the finale, it definitely seems like that they're ignoring the finale, which I'm gonna be honest, the finale isn't even... It's questionable in the first place. He died from blood loss. Maybe during time skip, it wouldn't work that way now. Not with the way how the finale happened. Like a lot of people would say that the finale was actually kind of bad for Girls Frontline 1. So I don't mind it. Mind them making up their... They're basically using this event to actually rewrite the finale, in my opinion. But like I said, it could also be timeline shenanigans. I just wish that we were able to, have like one coherent storyline between Girls Frontline 1 and Girls Frontline 2. Obviously, the Girls Frontline 1 writers fumbled the bag on the finale. So there is that. I know that they were like between a rock and a hard place, because yeah, the Frankfurt arc is kind of weird. In fact, we can probably talk about it once we're done with all of this, or maybe once this cutscene ends, I can show you what actually happened for the finale, just so you guys actually know what's going on. Did Yuzan write the finale? No, he did not. Does Bakery tie in Girls Frontline? Yes. It should, anyways. At least all of the background lore in Bakery is used in Girls Frontline. So when and what would be the complete rewrite of everything that needs to be rewritten? I don't know if they're going to rewrite the finale of Girls Frontline 1. I think it's in their best interest to, but it's also a lot of work, and they may just put all hands on deck for Girls Frontline 2 and just do the rewrite in Girls Frontline 2, like how they're doing now. So. Alright. Let's move on. I don't think you're running away from anything, and I don't feel like you're using us. You're just punishing yourself, the one who left without saying a word. I finally gathered the courage to look up at Springfield. Her smile is gone, replaced by the stern and serious look that she rarely shows others. Or did you truly believe that we would forget you just because you left and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what I meant. Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Of course I didn't think you'd forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, Springfield smiles again. Thank goodness. I felt the same way too. Pardon me, Commander. It seems I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the only one feeling lost during the 10 years apart. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep on living our lives. We lived on, while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tips of her hair around her finger, as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result, we lost contact with a lot of our friends. But why do you think you're powerless now? That's because... Is it because you think that we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore? Now that we're no longer your subordinates? Springfield's words cut deep, but at the same time, they also cut into the heart of the matter. What right did I have to expect them to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Commander, do you know what happened in the Griffin base the day you said goodbye to us? What happened? Nothing happened at all. We still gathered together, we trained together, ran simulated battles together, we uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer our commander in name, but we continue living the same way we did when you were in the base, as though you had never left. Then the next day came, and the day after that. Those days lasted a very long time, until Miss Kalina came to the base and told us that it was time we took the first steps of our own. She said that this was what you would have wanted, so we did it. In the past, you always said that you'd be nothing without us, but the reverse is also true. If you hadn't raised us up the way you had, we wouldn't be our present selves either. To you, we were all special, unique individuals, and in our hearts, you were the same. This is a bond that we share with you and you alone. That bond has nothing to do with rank or position, and nothing can ever replace it. The reason why we could become Springfield, or Centeracy, or Macchiato, is all because you were there. No, even without me, you'd... Springfield shakes her head. Have you ever heard the phrase, every man has two deaths? I know that one. I think so. A human dies for the first time when their vital functions cease. And they die for a second time when they are completely forgotten. But it's not like that for dolls. Tactical dolls were made because they can never truly die. But that also implies they were never truly alive either. The only time we can come close to living is when we leave memories in the hearts of others. And this life becomes stronger the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are. Without you, we would only be dolls you could see walking around anywhere on the street, filled under broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type, easily replaced and forgotten with the changing of generations. But you gave us the most important thing in the world, the one thing that makes us truly alive in this world, the unique memories that we share. We're all diamond dogs. God damn it. You fucked up the cute moment for me. Like, we're all diamond dogs. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope you will understand what I'm trying to say, Commander. You made yourself very clear, and you helped me understand a lot of things too. But I must tell you this. If you choose to help me, you will lose everything. Perhaps even this Zucchero that you poured your heart and soul into may no longer exist. Are you alright with that? I'd like to think that agreement was a trial of sorts. It is a challenge for us and you, a way to test our determination to change the future. I am ready. I believe our friends are ready. But are you ready, Commander? Are you ready to make up your mind to bring about change? I reflected on everything I've experienced up until now. The shadow of Peridot still looms over the world like storm clouds. And the big shots that this land is that and the big shots think that this land is just a sandbox they can toy with at their leisure, moving their pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything through playing by the rules, why not just flip the table and make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there are many unknown variables in play, in the end, I decided to use that simple word to make my promise to Springfield. Meanwhile, the Dundee Gate has been floating lazily in the air, slowly drifts over. Oh my, you do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the commander writes off my attempts at persuasion as making fun of him. Whatever shall I do? But that's because you really are making fun of me. Oh, how you have wronged me, Miss Springfield. I call for justice in my stead. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Commander. Also, it was thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were so successful in guiding you to the cafe. Is that so? How are things in the safe house? That midget doll has finished checking the box. I'm guessing that's Cole. Midget doll. I think that's Colfing. The vital signs of the little miss inside are deteriorating. While she's not endangered yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before. I hope that Kalina will be able to treat her after we reach Lviv. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. It looks like she hasn't gotten a good rest in a long time. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange how willing she was to stay in the safe house and not attend the party. Even though Macchiato's been thinking about the commander all this time, I guess she got embarrassed about meeting him in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing it so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? There's a lot of corporate data in which there needs to be sorted through. I'll let you know when I find a lead. After the dolls clear the tables, Centuracy serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. Hold on. Wait for the boxers to prevent that pumping into her while she's in the box. It's been a long time since I can't remember exactly. I do know that the box has been hacked though by Dandelion, so maybe she doesn't know about that. Post-possession problems. We'll have to see. At everyone's urging, I am dragged before the dining table once again. I feel much more relaxed after talking with Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flow much more naturally now. The Zucchero's warm welcome is most definitely a treat for dolls' gustatory modules. It seems that no matter where it may be, Springfield's cafe is always able to help people forget their troubles and misery. After Zalpies clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on this enjoyable little gathering. Miss Zalpi, hey look, it's Cynthia Racy. She's like the main character of this event, right? I feel like Springfield just took over immediately. Miss Wowhee, would you like another glass of chocolate milk? Cynthia Racy has appeared behind the bar once again, upholding her reputation as a Zucchero's star employee. No, thank you. I can't really eat anything else. Better than Diane, yeah. Even with the digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all that food at once. I believe there's a digestive accelerant for regular food in the first aid kits. I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past when Miss Sharkery ate too many snacks before a show and had to use them to get her body back in its normal shape. Does food like that work for T-dolls? That's interesting. That's new information. Hey, don't go air my dirty laundry in public. Oh, so that's what happened. It's just because Cynthia Racy's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit us at any time, Miss Sahi. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band and put on an event, you can even taste test the desserts that we're still developing. That sounds delicious. Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. We would be happy to help, provided it doesn't cause problems for the Zucchero. It's a deal, then. I sit on the edge of the counter, watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was a drifter ever since I've left Griffin. The colorful, bright days in my memories have been practically all washed out and replaced by endless missions, mutated elids, and the collapsed storm screaming through vast expanses of barren sand. Meanwhile, those storms carry me further and further away from my path. Now that I intend to set foot on this road once more, I can still tell which way. Can I still tell which way should I be headed? As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Cynthia Racy quickly exchange looks, and their faces turn severe. There shouldn't be anyone calling this time like this. Manager, want me to pick it up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over to the counter and picks up the phone. Hello, this is Zucchero. May I know? Manager Springfield, you asked me for the coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. You're being watched. Huh? How much time do we have? 1 day. I try my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about the shipment to anyone on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hope you would get rid of that shipment ASAP to avoid causing more trouble. I understand. The other party hangs up. The cafe is silent and the dolls all look at Springfield. What's going on? Someone is looking for the location of this cafe. Someone highly placed. Commander, our location might have been exposed. I'm sorry. I got you all caught up in this. No, it's our fault for not being strong enough to properly take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I apologize, but as of now, the cafe is entering sleep mode. Sleep mode? Do you mean? Springfield nods, her face stern. Cynthia Racy, please lock the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secure. Can they Google the cafe? Is there any voice acting you're supposed to see in? There should not be any voiceovers. for this one. Not from CN and not from Japan. Shakri, bring the truck over. We will all be gathering at the safe house. What's the plan? We still need to get to Lviv. I asked an intelligence broker to negotiate with the city security department. Once we've ensured that the surroundings are safe, St. Racy will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. However, you will need to hide in the cargo compartment of the truck later, as a crate of coffee beans. Can't say I have much experience with that. My reply is only half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes a little. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at the landing pad. The helicopter hasn't fueled up and it has takeoff clearance, so your upcoming journey ought to be quicker. What will you do after that? The Zucchero will be closed for a while to weather the storm. We will shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once we've ensured everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communications, St. Racy will be traveling with you. She'll be following me? She will be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she is very familiar with the Zucchero's intelligence networks. I'm sure she will be very helpful by your side. Springfield's approving gaze makes me realize they plan all this out ahead of time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you intend to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we would like to serve other commander again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now, am I correct? There's no better pick than me if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that right, Zhao? Well, it's not like you're good at anything besides fighting. As if. Alright then. I'll be counting on you all for help in the future. Casting my doubts aside, I nod to the dolls. The dolls respond to me in kind, and then they begin gearing up themselves. After checking all the exits, St. Racy returns to me, fully outfitted for battle. Her pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There's a long, rectangular gaze by her feet. I know there is at least one Sturmwinger 36 assault rifle in there. She gives me an earnest look, as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan. Please come with me, Master. I'll be in your care for what comes next. I just ensured each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the Zucchero's back door. We can move out anytime you're ready. What's the matter? It's an urgent call from the Elmo. Would you like to take it? A call from the Elmo? Did Groza and the others run into trouble trying to meet up with 404? A sense of foreboding fills my heart, and I scramble to pick it up. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are their numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, they are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles? Could it be Manji again? Have Mei Ling increase the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode, Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need the exact coordinates. Groza quickly sends them over. From memory, I recall the rough layout of the region and give Groza a location. There's a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink their perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through the barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo would be more dangerous than that. Understood. As I respond to Groza's questions, I think as hard as I can about how to handle what has come. As expected, picking up 404 didn't go as well as planned. Over a dozen enemies and IFVs is by no means a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing them by herself. However, the Helena escort mission is only half complete, and we aren't too far from Levi. I don't know how to pronounce that. If we bring the girls back to the Elmo, escorting them there again will probably be much harder, considering that the enemy has already been alerted. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries, because she turns to me from where she's standing off to the side and speaks. Commander, please allow Macchiato and myself to escort Helena. What? I was plotting a course just now. The route to Lviv from here is covered by Zucchero's intelligence network. I'm also familiar with the inner workings of the Intercontinental Railway, so Macchiato and I can send that box in a clandestine way. And I'm sure Miss Dandelion will help me as well, right? Oh, what will I do with you? I suppose I just have to generate flawless fake IDs so you can board the train as VIPs. Please and thank you. You should take the other dolls and Miss Melanie on a helicopter with you. They'll be safer that way. So, Melanie is coming with me too? Right now, there's nobody who's more suited to protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas will be too risky. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, they won't find anything even if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of the darkness and into the light, you should be prepared to take full responsibility for your actions. You do have a point. Since I've already decided, I contact Rosa again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studied the files in her hand and thinks about how best to handle the outcome of the situation. Shrackery, take the truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You will be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the commander says. Huh? But what about you, Commander? You, Manager? I'll contact Macchiato. We'll prepare to send Helena over. We'll arrange for Colfine and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, Manager? But what about the Zucchero? As long as we're around, we can set up a Zucchero anywhere. Don't worry, I'll come find you on the Elmo once this mission is over. Commander, make sure you make room for the Zucchero's latest outlet, okay? I will be waiting for you. I calm myself and look at the dolls with gratitude in my eyes. That familiar sense of security and confidence have returned to me. Thank you. I'm glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by way of response, and then we swing into action. Okay, let me take a drink. Forward makes no sense if one gets to live unhindered. He was responsible for Butterfly, right? Yes, he was. He and the military were the one that orchestrated it. Cynthia Racy helps me open the door, revealing a truck with the Zucchero logo on it. Stay safe. I'll see you guys on the Elmo. All the best. We load up the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear door slowly closes, I take one last look at this place and the safe house which has sheltered me, even for just a moment, and as the truck engine revs up, I disappear in the coffee-scented darkness. Yeah, him being alive in reverse collapse is a fact, but the thing is, at this point, is my theory is that there's timeline shenanigans going on. And honestly, I feel like that would be the best case scenario. Just so there can be that suspense on whether we're in like the main timeline where William is guaranteed to live until the 2090s, or if we're in an alternate timeline where we can have a better ending for us. I just want clarity. Yeah. The point of 45 and 9 changing for the better doesn't make sense. So the thing about Squad 4, well, 45 in general, is that she just has to believe William is dead in order to turn a new leaf. So if we're in... Okay, so based on this event, we're running with the idea, or at least the fact, based on this event, that the commander did kill William, straight up, like probably like a bunch of headshots. He probably mag dumped them, to be honest. So if we assume that William actually died, then 45 would totally turn a new leaf. I thought the Girls Frontline story is complete in CN, right? Yes, but the finale that it does is not being used in Girls Frontline 2. So let me just go ahead and bring up what happens in Girls Frontline 2 real quick, just so we can all be on the same page. So we're not going to watch too much of it. I'm just going to show you the ending. Does it also have the... Yes, it does. Okay. Alright, just give me a second longer. It's almost up. Okay, so this is the final chapter. Um, I'm not going to play any of it because there's no voices anyways. But basically, you meet Lunacia at the ending. She explains a lot of background. She basically lore dumps you and tells you what's going on, like in its entirety, more or less. I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but basically she says, long story short, she has manipulated a lot of events in order to get a good ending, quote unquote, for the commander. And because she said that if she actively fights, or not she, but if the commander actively fights in CK, or not in CK, but in Frankfurt, and tries to fight the military attack, he was going to die. So she had to manipulate events in order to not get him to do that. And then, according to Lunacia, if he tried to fight William, bad things would have happened at that point too. So she had to do a lot of manipulating, and she was able to convince the commander to basically not go on his hell run, more or less, because a lot of fucked up stuff was happening at that point. Because, as we all know, the Earl is actually working with William. Well, maybe you guys didn't actually know that, but the people who play Girls Frontline 1 would know that the Earl is working with William. So, once the commander got his medal and became the hero of Frankfurt, the Earl was like, "Yo, dude, you're fucking badass. We're gonna do a lot of good things together." And then the commander's like, "No, fuck you. I want to kill William." And the Earl's like, "Come on, bro. Like, we need him. I can control him." And the commander's like, "No, fuck you. I'm killing William." And then Earl's like, "Fine." So after that, the commander gets a call from Javier. And Javier is like, "Yo, dude, you should really just work with the Earl here, okay?" And the commander's like, "No, fuck you. I'm killing William." And then Javier's like, "Okay, well, if you don't do that, then I'm going to have to deactivate your dolls. I can do that because I'm him." And the commander's like, "That's fine. I'm going to kill William." And then Javier's like, "Okay, you have 4 hours. Do what you have to do, but you have 4 hours." And so the commander's like, "Okay, we're doing a hell run." And they go to the final Peridou base. No, fuck you, I'm killing Williams. Yeah. So they go into the final Peridou base, and they kill a lot of Peridou Nidos. They kill like, it's basically a boss rush. But then they meet Lunacia. It's the AR team and the commander and Lunacia. And Lunacia looks at the AR team and is like, "I'll talk to you later." She claps her hands and the AR team just passes out. Because Lunacia is God, so she can do that. And Lunacia's like, "Okay, commander, I really need to talk to you." And so she is able to convince him that you have to do what I say, because I know what's going to happen, and if you fall off the current path right now, then everyone is going to get a bad ending, and you will die, and everyone we love will die as well. So what she ends up saying is that as long as I live, William will win. So in order to stop William from ever winning, you have to kill me. And that kind of ends up what happens. And if we go over to here, this is the final cutscene. They end up going onto a tank because Lunacia wants to have a final date with the commander. So they go on a tank by riding on a, or they go on a date by riding on a tank. And they have this. Lunacia actually, yes, she does. That is a fact. She is in love with the commander. So this is goddess, like this is actual goddess Lunacia. This is the Lunacia that is in Nirvana. So we have the Lunacia here, that is her form in reality, but this is the Lunacia that is in Nirvana, and it is the actual goddess. And as it proceeds forward, what ends up happening after that, this smoke right here, what happens here is that Lunacia and the commander kiss, and during that time, the commander does kill Lunacia, and the tank crashes into something, and it explodes. So, going by this, Lunacia died. We know for a fact because they verified it in like a post-credit scene dialogue. They also say the commander died, but they can't find his body. So he just presumed dead. Obviously, no one believes that he's actually dead. But this is how it actually ends. They never actually fought William, anything like that. It was basically Lunacia saying, hey, if you kill me, you actually beat William. So that's the actual ending for Girls Frontline 1. And at least as far as I know, as far as this event is concerned, this finale is not being used for Girls Frontline 2. So we can say this is irrelevant. I'm glad this ending was ignored. This is why all sacrifice for what? Yeah. And Girls Frontline 2 is Shiki-Kan ignoring Lunacia. Lunacia still exists. She still exists. We have the power of rewrite, yeah. Right now, everyone is assuming that they're going to rewrite the ending in Girls Frontline 1. I'm not sure if that's going to happen just because it's already set in stone for China. But they might. That is the best case scenario at this point. As far as the ending sucking, I do agree that the ending sucks. It's actually kind of bad in my opinion. Does it take place in Frankfurt? Yes, it takes place in Frankfurt. It's the finale for the Frankfurt arc. That's what, like, what the fuck is that ending? Yeah. Did they remove the Nihab protocol? I think they did, yeah. For those who don't know, the Nidhogg protocol is what they use to deactivate their dolls. I don't think that's a thing in Girls Frontline 2, if I'm completely honest, because that's a pretty overpowered thing. But okay, let us move on. I'm glad I was able to finally let that out. Because when I was hearing everything from what Commander was saying to the to Springfield, I was like, yeah, none of that actually happened. Yeah, I would say Lunatia definitely exists. There shouldn't be another goddess out there right now. At least I don't think so. So it should be Lunatia. Okay. Oh. Several hours earlier on the Elmo, Grossa carefully examines Sextans, who has been trussed up like a Christmas turkey. Her frame is in ruins, half of the synthetic skin on her face is gone, and her body lies limp in a way that can't be described as human because not a single one of her joints is intact. Beside her is Nemesis, who is keeping an eye on her with the gun in hand. Oh, it's an evil simpleton. Look, I'm going to tell you one thing. It takes a while to understand what happens in Girls Frontline 1. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And it's not your fault if you do not understand Girls Frontline, even if you are an active player for it. Because they do a lot to make you confused. For sure. Like for me, it took me actually doing the summaries to fully understand what was going on myself. So don't worry if you don't understand it in your first way through. Oh dear, you won't be able to go on stage with makeup like that. I wish I could sock her a couple of more times on her right side. That way her face would look even. Oh, you just don't get it, Crochet. Asymmetry is the latest trend right now. Like the stockings. I don't know a damn thing about trends, but I am a professional at beating dolls until they can't get up again. Vepli and Krolik banter flits past Gross's neural cloud, not even leaving a ripple in its wake. Clearly, her neural cloud is fully occupied by the matter at hand and has no space to store such redundant data. Are you worried, leader? Would you like Vepli to sing you a song? Vepli knows all kinds of songs to liven up the mood. Worried about her? Just look at her. All her core components are pretty much a write-off. I think even rebooting her would be a stretch. My guess is that leader is thinking about how best to sell off her scrap. You just don't understand others' feelings, Crochet. As an idol, Vepli has to be sensitive all the time in order to pick up the fans' feelings. Therefore, I'm sure leader must be worried about Sextans. Want to tell Vepli about your worries? Although all the Amos fighters are gathered in this repair bay, Grossa's gaze has never once left Sextans. She looks the third generation doll from head to toe for the nth time, and then she unconsciously frowns. While her body should not be able to pose a direct threat to us given the circumstances, it also means that we won't be able to obtain any useful information about her either. Isn't that a good thing? Sounds like you were saying her neural cloud is busted and she can't possibly threaten us anymore. Even if she does manage to crawl to her feet, there's no way she can fight with just one leg. I've seen tons of half-scrap dolls like this in the past. Grossa shakes her head. Since the commander entrusted command of the ammo to me, I need to ensure everything on the ammo is running smoothly before he returns. I can't return to the ops room without figuring out just what she was trying to accomplish. Grossa examines Sexton's body again, but it's the same no matter how many times she checks. In fact, some of the more damaged modules are beginning to crackle and spark. If only her neural cloud wasn't so badly damaged, we might have been able to recover her memories through safe means. But why don't I give her a kick or two? Supposedly it works with fixing broken TVs in the previous century. Oh, Kralik. Oh, let me see this question. Are you going to do neural cloud as well? Yeah, I will. I'm not sure how I'm going to do events though, because the limited events they don't turn into past events from what I know. So that's going to be difficult because those are very story heavy as well. But I am playing Project NeuroCloud, and I am going to do videos on those. Krolik riz up to do just that, but Grossa stops her. Wait, Krolik, don't be rash. Her neural logs are completely destroyed and she's in a fragile state right now. If we handle this poorly and cause her neural cloud to melt down, we'll have lost our last clue. Yeah, didn't that dandelion person say she's analyzed Sexton's neural cloud? What did she find? I looked at the findings, but there wasn't much useful information there. Most of it was just badly damaged and incomplete fragments. That just means her neural logs were wiped before she came here. However, it doesn't bring us any closer to figuring out why she showed up. Krolik scratches her head. She doesn't quite understand why Grossa is so bothered by the matter. Even though Sexton's is an enemy, she's one internal overload away from being scorched to ash. So there's no way she can achieve her aim no matter her reason for turning up here. Isn't she being too paranoid by having the Elmo camp out in the yellow zone because of something like that? You know, leader, you should just stop thinking so much about things. We could just go pick up those 404 people, right? Then wait until the commander comes back to figure the rest out. Wouldn't that work? Like, if you're really that worried, I could just dismantle her limbs, torso, and head into their component parts, to the point where not even main Link could piece them together again. No, that's not what's bothering me. Grossa does not continue. The other dolls on the ammo have no idea what the commander has been through in the past. But how does she, as a former subordinate, end up meeting with the commander again? Indeed, why has she been reunited with the commander? Why had it been her, specifically? Grossa has never considered that question in detail, or rather, she doesn't dare to carefully examine the reason for it. If the commander simply hides behind his identity as a bounty hunter in the yellow zones, burying that unspeakable past of his under the collapsed storms and endless expanses of sand, never speaking of it again, then she can continue staying by the commander's side and protect him without a second thought, up until the commander no longer needs her. But now that Paradus has risen up again, and is standing in the commander's path again, she knows that there is no way he will simply ignore them. Whether the commander has been drawn into some conspiracy or has actively chosen to intervene in the matter, everything she has desperately tried to protect for the past 10 years will be wiped away in a blink of an eye. And when the time comes, she might not be able to serve as its adjutant any longer. She may even end up becoming a useless burden. Or perhaps a ticking time bomb. She doesn't even know if Sexton's presence here is because of her. Leader? Huh? Were you spacing out? Come to think of it, you've been a little out of it since we've come back from the red zone. Time for Vetly to take the stage. I'll sing a love song for you, leader. Don't just start singing out of nowhere. Do you think you're a Disney princess? like I was censored. You think it's a Disney princess or something? But if you're sad, singing is the best way to chase away your bad feelings. It's like a magic spell. That's what it always is in anime and cartoons. As the two of them go back and forth, Rosa vigorously shaking her head, like she's trying to calm herself. The most important thing right now is to take care of what's in front of her. At the very least, she needs to finish the task that the commander gave her before thinking about other things. Sorry, my neural cloud was occupied with other things now. In any case, to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the Elmo, I need to check sextants first before making my decision. Krolix shrugs. She doesn't fully agree with Groza's point of view, but she trusts her leader enough to not protest any further. Once again, Groza brings up the analysis report Dandelion left behind in an attempt to learn something from it. The 45. Of course, she read it so many times that all she could do now is try to extract even the smallest scraps of information from any place she can. Just as she's reading the report again, a footnote of a section destroyed contents draw her attention. It was probably preserved whole because it was not an important part of the neural locks. She opens the document and reads it. So the question about Groza being a sleeper agent, that's probably the most heavily, the most common theory that's out right now. The question is, who would she be serving? And right now, for me, if it's going to happen, it would be because of the URNC, or more particularly the Earl. It might be a red herring, but it might also be a Chekhov's gun as well. There have already been signs that her neural cloud is broken in some way. Yes, she did work for Stasek, yeah. Actually, a good amount of Griffin T-Dolls did, yeah. M16 even works for Stasek. I don't know if she's doing it now, but yeah, she was working for Stasek even back in Girls Frontline 1. But I don't think Stasek would be the people that would be behind Groza being a sleeper agent. That seems a little... There's just not enough evidence for me to think that. Test subject notes. Model blank blank are redacted. Project development unit has no initial redacted personality preset. Has undergone ego growth and has currently developed an independent redacted personality. No obvious defects detected in redacted. Perceives self as overall executor of redacted. Currently in charge of the redacted transferring for quasi-full immune individual recovery. Performance is excellent compared to other products of the same cohort and possesses a psyche with human-like thought patterns. Initial observation suggests satisfaction of the criteria for the redacted experiment. So the project development unit, model blank blank, I want to say this is URNC related, actually, because this does seem familiar. Yes, actually, yes, it is super familiar. but I don't think it's the same thing that Groza was put on to take care of. It looks like the person who handled this information was very cautious. Even a footnote like this in Secton's base layer was thoroughly scrubbed. Even so, Groza has still gained some valuable clues from this. Satisfaction of experimental criteria? I never heard anything about third generation dolls being test subjects. Test subjects? You mean like that Pinky? Groza has obviously noticed that. However, Helena is a quasi-full immune individual, which means that one can still speculate on her experimental uses. However, what exactly is the objective of experiments conducted on a doll like Sexton's? Seemingly interested in Groza's discovery, Krolik tries to make sense of the message like Groza is doing. Naturally, she has no idea what it's about. What the hell? It doesn't make any sense. Why are her brain pathways so weird? No wonder she pissed me off so much. Still, since we know there's something like this in her neural logs, there might also be other things like this in a deeper place. But under the conditions, we won't be able to analyze her further, right? The equipment on the Elmo can't manage that level of neural cloud restoration. Actually, there is another way. We could directly connect to our level 3 base layer and obtain her neural cloud information that way. Her level 3? Leader, are you seriously going to connect your mind to someone as scary as her? Indeed. But if you could counteract... I won't. Dandelion has analyzed her neural cloud. If the risk of something like that existed, she would have popped up to warn me beforehand. I don't trust that Dinnergate writer one bit. Dinnergate writer. Well, since the commander trusts her. And it's the only way we have to figure out why Sexton showed up here. Krolik, I'll need help from you and Bepley to enter Sexton's level 2. I just uploaded a neural backup to the cloud. So if anything happens, cut the connection immediately. Alright, leader. Don't force yourself if you run into anything. Don't worry, I understand. Nemesis, you're in charge of mining Sexton's frame. Nemesis nods silently. Alright, let's begin. Groza reaches out and connects to Sexton's neural cloud. Since the data in there hasn't wiped, she meets with no resistance when entering. A flash of pale blue light darts through Sexton's eyes. The exposed mechanical endostructure makes their opening and closing look a little scary. As a faint spark crackles at the end of a severed power cable, her eyes open again. Nemesis immediately raises her gun and goes to the highest alert level. Leader, her level 2 is open. We'll help you break her firewall now. You'll have to go into her level 3 alone, leader. Be careful. Yeah, I'll be fine. Easy. Huh. Kill Groza. Yeah, that was interesting. Okay. So this is the base layer of a 3rd gen doll. Groza continues advancing through the endless fog. Her neural wipe has caused the landscapes that represent Sexton's data modules to take on bizarre, twisted forms. She tries to extract useful data, but her search remains fruitless even after looking for a long time. Before her lies a fathomless darkness, as well as an unending void. Just as she's about to give up, she hears a voice. The voice seems to be coming from far away, muffled and even a little distorted. Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you like me? Do you have insoluble doubts too? Can you answer my questions? Your questions? Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts dented to be futile? Was I born only to die? I don't know. Silence. I need to know more in order to resolve your confusion. Silence. Why exactly was I born? Were all of my efforts destined to be futile? Was I only born to die? The questions in this level 3 space fill Groza's mind. She keeps moving forward as though she's trying to escape the voice. It grows more and more distant until it finally vanishes into the void. Is that the neural fragment she left behind? Although she can't tell where she's going, Groza has a feeling she's headed somewhere deeper. After passing through another patch of fog, a blurry scene appears before her. This is where we are in chapter 8. It seems to be some kind of hall. Lights come on from overhead, like a pair of inquisitive eyes. We did it. Made from the effort of countless humans, built from piles of gold and glass pieces. A combination of cutting-edge, next-generation technologies, the supreme expression of all autonomous dolls. An incomparably elite product. Third-generation doll. Third-generation doll? Is that me? The voice keeps going. Comprehensive, fast, strong. No single word can describe this product. Backed by an all-encompassing database and ever-shifting algorithms, she will use the world's most intelligent brain and its finest weapons to perpetually perfect herself. And in the end, she will cast off her shell and become an entity that surpasses us all. There is a loud and sustained applause. As the voice grows distant, the scene before Groza becomes clearer instead. Groza is not unfamiliar with this sensation. It is like when a doll's ego develops within a neural cloud, like a seed germinating within its level 3 base layer, feeling around with its sensory modules for nutrients, breaking through into the data flows of level 2 before blossoming into the metallic skeleton, muscle fiber bundles, superconductive organs, and resin skin of level 1. She has almost forgotten this feeling, but now she is slowly recalling it. That's right. I am an entity that will surpass all. I will become the strongest doll. No, not just a doll. I will become a new form of life that is as close to humanity as one can be. No, I will surpass humanity itself. Groza silently listens to Sexton's voice as it becomes clearer and clearer. Something seems to be growing in the void, a crystalline substance that reflects a faint light and finally comes in a halt in front of Groza. RBK, is that you? She tries to grab it, but it shatters instead before quickly reforming. The scene before her changes to a lavish office. Velvet curtains hang from the ceiling and spill onto the ground before a set of full-height windows. Sexton emerges from the shadows and stops in front of the curtains, bathing in the sunlight that shines into the room and looking down on the city behind her, or beneath her. Behind her, The sound of footsteps approaches and a low voice speaks. It seems to belong to someone else, yet it also seems to be Sexton's own voice. The God who made you is dead. His spirit shall be reborn in your body. You shall become an avatar of truth and morality, creating the standards of power and values. You will own all, control all. Unbound by rules, you shall become the greatest being in the world. You will gain absolute freedom and look down upon all existence. You will endure the purest of pain, and from your suffering shall be forged into the most unbending will. He's trying to make another Venetia. Let's see. Okay, Sexton means a medium-sized constellation bordering Leo and... So constellations, that means a segment of stars. Yeah, it's... So a constellation of stars. That does... That is definitely outer worldly. So... Yeah, it feels like they're trying to make another Venetia here. Oh, if you're only on chapter 8, there's heavy spoilers here. Just letting you know. Creators of bad parenting. So evil Elisa vibes. This is a step above Elisa. That's what it seems like. It really feels like that they're trying to make another goddess. You will bear the seeds of infinite possibility and become the Grail that can carry worlds. Okay, yeah, that just confirms it. Sexton slowly turns and raises an arm, bowing before that form in the void in her usual way. Now the question is, how come they fucked her up so much? Like, got rid of her memories and stuff. Because, honestly, what happened to Sexton's was pretty out of the left field. So, yeah. As you wish, Your Excellency. The room vanishes into nothing. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The object hovering before her gradually takes form. Like a ball of light, it connects to the entire void. Grossa doesn't know how to describe it. There seemed to have been something like this in her own base layer, but it was nowhere near as clear and bright as what she's seeing now. Then the light scatters the void and illuminates everything. I did it. I finally become the most perfect life form in the world. I can transcend the shackles of consciousness, the limitations of intelligence, even time itself. I can surpass all those chains that once bound humanity. No, not yet. This is not enough. Grossa suddenly feels a stabbing pain in her brain. No, dolls shouldn't feel pains. What is this? No, don't. Ah! I'm not screaming. So just pretend I screamed. Why? Why am I feeling pain? Why? What are you doing to me? I told you, right? You will endure the purest of pain. Stop. Stop it. You can't do this to me. I'll die. Wouldn't dying be worth it if you could become God? No. No. I don't want to become the God you're talking about. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Superman. A rope over an abyss. Now walk this rope and accept your evolution, O Grail. Amidst the pain, Grissa opens her eyes, trying to make sense of what is happening before her. She is inside a lab. Two lab-coated human researchers seem to be working on something. One of them seems to be leisurely sitting back in an armchair, arm folded and looking at her in amusement. The other seems to be moving between several terminals. With every operation on the terminal, Groza feels a multitude of extreme sensations flash through her neural cloud. This is hell, this is heaven, and it is also the world of men. Increase the output. Are you sure you want to do that? Her neural cloud will completely break down. Her neural cloud isn't important. Even the loftiest grail beaten from gold is nothing more than a container used to hold the essence of the divine. All our experiments need is this body that can fuse with blank. I wonder what this blank is. Confused with... Keep going, see what else we get. Screaming! Cracked. Something breaks. Groza feels herself falling to the void. She tumbles down through the abyss for a long, long time, until time and space itself loses all meaning for her. And finally, she hits the ground hard and passes out. OTS-14, that's her codename, by the way, Groza's codename. Groza. Groza. Groza opens her eyes. Commander? Thank goodness, you're functioning again. Your neural cloud was so badly damaged, I thought I'd never be able to fix it. Groza looks around and finds that she is inside an unfamiliar vehicle. Outside, the scenery rapidly recedes into the distance, and the sand dunes and clear blue sky indicates that a collapse storm has just passed. Meanwhile, the bay she is currently in is empty, except for the repair pod that she occupies, which glows a faint light. This is the Elmo. Do you remember this place? The Elmo? I found you in an abandoned quarry nearby. So, do you still remember why you ended up here? Okay, so we're in the past right now. Or we're at least in her memories. This is when the commander just found Groza, like, in a ditch, more or less. Groza tries her best to retrieve the relevant information from her neural logs. Why was she at this abandoned quarry? Does she still remember? She can't remember? Does she really not remember? There is nothing in her neural cloud. Everything is blank. I don't know. Really? So are you still in Griffin? Griffin? What's that? So there is one slight change here. I don't know if this is on purpose or not, but Groza was still able to remember small things, some things, because she still actually remember her time a little bit in Griffin during like the first 4 chapters. She just couldn't remember a lot of stuff. So the fact that she doesn't even remember the word Griffin is It could be a little bit of a retcon. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if it's intentional or not. Just throwing it out there. Like, it could be a little bit of a retcon, or she might get it back a bit over time. But the fact that she had a full wipe, it doesn't match up with what happened in the first 4 chapters. Looks like your memory modules might have been damaged. Never mind, the past doesn't matter anymore. You can stay here and rest for now. We'll worry about the rest some other time. Thank you, Commander. Wait a minute, you remember me? You're the Commander. So you can only remember me, huh? Maybe your modules took varying levels of damage. Ah, looks like you're fully charged now. Want to stand up and see if you can move around? Wife. The door to the repair bay opens. Rosa stands there dumbly, looking at the man who's holding a hand out to her. She reaches a hand out to him as well. She remembers the sensation, this warmth, and suddenly her outstretched hand transforms into a knife and she stabs the person in front of her. Ooh. Bright red blood splashes everywhere, staining Rosa's visual modules. Ooh. No. 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 No! Commander! Leader. Leader! Groza opens her eyes. She is dazed for a moment. When she comes to her senses, she realizes that she is lying on the floor on the Elmo's deck. It's the same repair bay as before, but compared to her dream, there are many more machines here and many more familiar faces. One of them in particular is gazing at her with dewy eyes, like usual. Mei Ling? Leader, thank goodness. You're okay. I never thought you waking up. Mei Ling looks like she's barely managing to hold back her tears, like usual. Looking around, Groza realizes the other members of the Elmo looks the same way. But dolls don't dream. Honestly, dolls, they can't dream, but they can hallucinate. And a lot of that deals with, like, level 3 fuckery. Not just level 3, but also level 2. They have, like, they do a lot of hallucinating. What happened? Leader, your brain functions went abnormal just now, and your neurocloud response was highly aberrant. So I had to forcibly cut the connection. Are you feeling alright? No, she's not feeling good at all. She's not feeling good in the slightest. She just went full yandere. Well, I'm gonna call it yandere. She just went full psycho. I just activate the repair pod. If you don't feel well, I can help make some last minute adjustments for you. I'm okay. Are you really alright? You look kind of weak right now. You've been really tired lately, and then the commander... No, it's alright. Groza immediately feels how awkward the words sound when she says them. She looks at Mei Ling's face. The latter seems shocked. I'm sorry. I'm a little... It's not my fault. I should have stopped you in time. It's my fault for not protecting you, leader. It's okay. I'm okay now. Groza pulls herself together and sits up. Beside her, Sexton looks just like how she did before Groza entered her neural cloud. except several of thin cables connecting some of her parts seem even more scorched now. Did she make any funny moves when I was connected to her level 3? Nemesis shakes her head. Good. Grocer rubs the access port on the back of her head. Right after that, she realizes something. Oh, yes, Mei-Ling. About the commander. How are the commander and the others doing right now? I just received a call from Satellite City. The shopkeeper called Springfield said that she was lodging the commander for the time being and told us not to worry. Springfield. Miss Dandelion said they ran into a bit of trouble, but it was still manageable. I see. Well, if the doll the commander trusts says so, we should organize our findings for now. Grossa carefully organizes her thoughts. As she goes through her memories, she describes what she encountered in Sexton's level 3 to Mei-Ling and the others. Naturally, she omits the dream she had. So that means her neural cloud was melted down during the fusion experiment? It seems this experiment was data protected, so I couldn't learn its name. I mean, I already knew she had a big head, but I didn't expect her to actually think she could become a so-called god. Honestly, it's no surprise that she ended up that way. God, already fallen. Yeah, I think everyone can understand that. Finally, Nami's lyrics aren't so scary anymore. While Vepley doesn't quite get them, it's a good start. In any case, I'm sure Sextons is hiding many more secrets. We'll guard this place in shifts until the commander comes back. We mustn't allow anything to happen to this frame. You should get some rest and let Vepley handle the first shift. Vepley's good at being the opening act and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Thank you. Mei-Ling, give me an update on 404's latest position. We'll meet up with them ASAP. This way we won't have to split our attention between them and Sextons. Yep. I just got the message from Lena. It has 404's most recent location. Marking our radar map. Full speed ahead. Roger Dodger. So, that one was pretty interesting. So, I wonder if they just actually, if Sextons was just like a quote-unquote victim of rewrites. Because she gave no indication at all that she was an experiment for the next key. That's what they're doing in this case. They're making her the next key. But they also seem to be they're doing the same thing that they did with Lunacia, but they're also doing... Okay, so there's two parts to this. There's one where you need, like, the base, and then there's one where you need the key. Usually, you can't put both in the same body, but it looks like they may be trying to do that with Sextons. So... it could be possible that they're doing that. Because in Girls Frontline 1, the key was, overall, it was M4. And the actual, model, or not the model, but the base, ended up being Dandelion, more or less. but sex scenes might be both. You know, I'm just kind of shooting the shit right now, so. I think we can assume it's not just William that can partake in creating an individual that can react with better technology. I agree, but there's also a matter of having people smart enough to do that. Like there is factually more people than William who can do that, but it's so few that it is. They would have to do a completely new character. And it's possible they could make it a new character that's doing this. Because at least as far as I know, this is not something that William has done before. I mean, the steps are there, but if I'm right and they're trying to do like a 2-in-1 combo, where sex scenes is both the key and the body and the base, William has never been able to do that. But at the same time, it has been 10 years, so he could have the ability to learn that. The thing about William doing that is that since he's already done the groundwork, then other people can learn from it, and they're able to jumpstart any experiments that they want to do. So there is that as well. Jeff Foodie is pretty much that. Yeah, I haven't played Reverse Collapse yet, so I can't say for that sure. So. Query, how much do they know about Lunacia? How much do you know about Lunacia? Okay, so it depends on what you mean by they. If you mean like Paradise and William, they literally made Lunacia, so there is that. They basically know everything about her except for the fact that she's already obsessed with the commander thanks to M4. So that was like the only real reason why Lunacia didn't blow up the world when she was revived. Okay. Normal and forward weird. Yeah, hold on. Let me go ahead and give you a meme about it before this goes on. But M4 didn't really spend that time with the commander, did she? See, that's the weird part, right? So right now, I'm going to speak my own experience regarding M4. M4 is a victim of the early chapters being bad. Even though she is the main character for the first half of Girls Frontline 1, they basically fucked with, or they fucked up with the early chapters so bad that once they really got going, they didn't spend a lot of time on developing that relationship between M4 and the commander. So a lot of it has been done through subtext, and we had to go off of hindsight as well. So whenever I make my summaries, I stress the points where M4 is really being emotional with the commander, because that's actually really important to her character and the story. Now, in the summary, we left off at the point where M4 gets stuck in Nirvana. If you've seen one of her anniversary cutscenes, she talks about, basically, she talks about how she's in the void, and she's just floating there in nothingness and doesn't know what to do, and she's very lonely. So what she started doing was that she ended up replaying scenes with the commander's voice, and she ended up conjuring up a image of the commander in her mind, and she listened to that for I don't know how long, and she was comforted by the commander for, like I said, I don't know how long, until she was finally able to merge with Lunacia. So that was from an anniversary cutscene, which people are now regarding as canon, because that is the biggest piece of evidence that she was actually obsessed with you the entire time. Because once M4 comes back into the real world, she makes it pretty damn obvious she's into you. And for me, who was going through it the first time, I was reading through everything the first time, I did feel that sudden shift in tone between M4 and the commander. And I feel like they originally planned M4 to be like the canon love interest for the commander. They just didn't write properly at the beginning, so they kind of failed to put that glue, or put the details there, and so it feels a little unnatural. But yeah, it's always been a point to show how close the commander and M4 is. Even in the early chapters, it's just so rare. Now let me find that meme. It was the one with the ASMR. That's what it was. Oh, it's not popping up. Dang. Yeah, I think it's gonna pop up. I'll have to find it later. But yeah, it's pretty much factual that the only reason why the nation doesn't like do what William wants is because of M4, of M4's sheer love for the commander. Okay. The animal advances steadily with Mei Ling at the helm. Long period of staring at the unchanging scenery is starting to take its toll on her stamina. Mei Ling yawns and switches on the Elmo's cruise control. Things are going so well that I'm getting a little bored. Don't jinx it. Ah. Mei hurriedly covers her mouth and looks around. There are no enemies or elites in sight, not even collapsed particle clouds that usually fill the sky. The only thing visible is the sand carried by the howling wind, crashing against the Elmo's windows. Still, it's quiet. Too quiet. Leader, don't you think something's wrong? Groza is standing by the Elmo's hatch, intently watching the unchanging scenery. Oh, the Baki one? I think it might be the Baki one, yeah. Normally speaking, dolls do not get bored, and for Groza, she can easily deal with by running simulations in her neural cloud. Yet, she is not doing so. Krolak is right. Things are too quiet. If nothing else, this lack of activity is abnormal, considering they're headed towards 4-4 position. Maintain Class 1 alert. Got it. The Elmo leaves 2 parallel tracks on the desert. After driving through an expansive open terrain, they raise several sprawling sand dunes. Just then, Groza realizes something. Stop! Mei suddenly brakes and the Elmo grinds to a halt. The inertia from the sudden halt sends all manner of items flying to the ground, and the air fills with the sounds of glasses breaking and metallic objects falling. Leader, what happened? There might be an ambush up ahead. Mei, turn our sensors up to maximum power and begin scanning our surroundings for heat sources. Roger. Mei does as Groza commands and maxes out the sensor output. However, before a single R image can appear on display, an IFV appears from behind the sand dune. Adjutant, we've arrived at the location of the radar contact. Is it the Elmo? The broker's intel was right. He really is here. So this is the MVV of the bastard from just now, huh? Let's blow it sky high. Easy, Kenny. This MVV's owner is a tough nut to crack. Get everyone ready for combat. We need to face the upcoming battle in top condition. Roger. The IFV's hatch opens, and a head pokes out. Lentine takes off her helmet, and a shock of her red hair spills out as she leans towards the IFV's roof. All Rhino units, lock on the target and surround it. 12 IFVs emerges from behind the dunes, racing towards the Elmo's position. Rhinos 4, 6, and 12 circle around from behind the dunes, flank them, and cut off their escape. Rhino 7, engage ECM. That should be electronic combat modules, I'm going to say. And protect the flanking team advance. All other Rhinos units, raise your TOW missiles. Engage once the flanking raid team forces the MVV into your kill zone. Yes, ma'am. The IFVs quickly split up and race towards her designated positions. They thank the other protagonist. After giving her troopers their orders, Lentine folds her arms and stands on the roof of the vehicle, narrowing her eyes as she looks at the Elmo in the distance. Even if you have a few elite dolls, I doubt you'd be able to hold off a wolf pack attack delivering such heavy firepower, right? The Elmo responds quickly and rapidly selects the ideal route for disengagement. While they do not drive into the kill box set up by the ambushers, the left side flankers move to cut off the Elmo's escape route. Yeah, electronic countermeasures, yeah. Thanks for that. Thanks for clarifying. This forces the Elmo to change course to avoid the longboard convoy's attack. The console's the Wolfpack? I think they're just using that name. Or not name, they're just using it as a metaphor. However, upon changing course, the IFV convoy on the other side that have been lying in wait comes into view. The Elmo's driver notices this and once again makes a emergency turn. Because remember, their name is actually Omen. That's their force name. The name of their force. Unfortunately, the ambushing IFVs are ready to launch their anti-tank missiles. Fire! The missiles streak out of their tubes, tracing a series of trajectories through the air before exploding around the Elmo. Yeah. The nation loves a commander regardless of gender. While the Elmo's vehicle force field has deflected those attacks, its shielding cannot withstand a sustained barrage of this level. If the Elmo takes a few more missiles like this, it will probably be dead in the sand soon enough. There's too many of them. Leader, what should we do? They cut us off. Gross studies the densely packed contacts on the radar display. Due to the active jamming targeting the Elmo sensors, it can't display the precise location of each IFV, forcing them to determine the enemy positions with their eyes. Calm down. Main link, switch the Elmo to defense mode. We'll observe the enemy's movements. Okay. Nemesis in position? Mailing does as Groza orders as she works on the control terminal. The armored shutters slowly slide down over the Elmo's windows, turning it into an impenetrable steel fortress. However, the running gears are also affected by the armor protection, and Elmo's speed visibly drops as a result. Nemesis has already climbed up the roof landing pad and taken up position facing the enemy attack. She has already taken down several long-range missiles with accurate fire. The ambush detachment fires up their missiles again, and Nemesis shoots them down again. But there are too many for her to respond to, and two missiles manage to hit the Elmo. They fire a volley once again, and after Nemesis shoots most of them down, there is one left over which hits the Elmo. Then, as though they have already tested the Elmo's ability to withstand their attacks, the enemy does not continue the offensive. While the radar cannot accurately pinpoint their location, Groza can still use the thermal imaging from the external cameras to tell that several IFVs are slowly circling the Elmo from different directions. Although the Elmo can probably fight for a while with these IFVs, they have a mission to rescue Hyde 404, which means they have no time to waste on the opposition. In addition, they still don't know the enemy's objective and whether they got reinforcements ready. Nemesis, see if you can keep them from approaching. Nemesis nods and begins taking shots at the IFVs. Like drizzling rain covering the tracks of the wayfarers. Not good. Her bullets can't penetrate the IFV's armor, and the enemy doesn't seem to want to step out of their vehicles either. Turret mission in Call of Duty, yeah. Say, you think they're trying to board the Elmo? That's definitely possible. As she gathers information, Groza is simulating ways to break the stalemate in her neural cloud. Since they've taken precautions against the Elmo sniper, it means they must be familiar with Elmo's personnel deployment. At the very least, they know that they have a sniper Nemesis on board. Also, mobilizing all these IFVs indicates that they know how the Elmo can switch between offense and defense modes. A mobile-based vehicle like the Elmo is not a common sight in the Yellowstones, yet they seem more than familiar with them. Clearly, they've done their homework before coming here. At the very least, they gathered plenty of information related to the Elmo. Could it be that the enemy is connected to the commander? If that's the case, this might not be a situation she can resolve by herself. It can't be helped. Everyone man your positions. I'm contacting the commander. Groza keys her ear mic and sends transmission on the special channel reserved for emergency communications. The ringtone plays for several seconds before a voice answers. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the oncoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are the numbers in makeup? From what we can tell, the enemies are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles, could be Mongi again? Have melee increase the Elmo's speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor until the Elmo coordinates, and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode, Alright. Oh, also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need exact coordinates. Yeah, they did. Groza sends the coordinates over and the voice on the radio goes silent. After some thought, the commander issues precise orders. It is precisely these orders that have always put Groza at ease during emergencies. There's a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink the perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo would be more dangerous than that. Understood. Someone else seems to be talking on the other side. After a brief conversation, the commander speaks over the transmission again. Think of a way to get the Elmo there and use the pass to block the enemy's pursuit. I'm heading back to help you right now. Commander, are you rushing back? But if it's just you and Colfing, relax. We met some old friends along the way. They'll be returning to Elmo with me. Are they ex-Griffin dolls? I'll draft up a combat plan based on the reinforcements you bring back. Groza realizes that she seems to be placing too much emphasis on that last point, so she quickly supplements her words. Fortunately, the commander didn't seem to notice it. Yeah. I'll be bringing 5 extra dolls back. We'll be returning by the helicopter. Understood. I'll keep the Elmo and everyone on it safe until you return. Thank you, Groza. See, what they're doing here is a lot better than what they did with M4 back in Girls Frontline 1. Yeah, she's being insecure because she feels like that she's not going to be good enough anymore. Because she feels that strongly for the commander. The commander hangs up. Groza stands in the ops room, both hands on the main terminal, her mind deep in thought. Less night battles, yeah. Then she raises her head and stares at the APCs approaching the Elmo. Mei-Ling, deactivate the Elmo's defense mode. Yeah, but the force was going to collapse at any moment. The Elmo is going to take severe damage if we do that. I know, but these are the commander's orders. Change course now. Divert all power to engines and accelerate to maximum speed. Head northwest to a pass 10 kilometers from here. That's our objective. Once we drive there, we'll dismount to destroy the path in our wake to slow the enemy pursuit while waiting for the commander to return with reinforcements. Will do. I'll give it a try. With the Elmo's defense mode deactivated, The sounds of machine gun fire, grenades, and cannon blasts wash over the Elmo. The opposition's fierce bombardment fills the ops room with deafening alarms, but Groza is undeterred. Instead, she systematically works the control stick, her eyes focused on the destination the commander has assigned her. She has to get there. She has to ensure the Elmo and his crew are safe until the commander gets back. And after that, when there are more people around to protect the commander, then this will probably be the final task she performs for him. Linting sits in her IFV, puffing furiously in her cigarette while she watches the MVV and its deployed shield through a pane of armored glass. Her forces have encircled the Elmo. The next step will be to close the net, and then board it and seize control. There are many questions in her mind, and she's eager to have them answered. This thing is harder to handle than expected. What's the status on our missile storage? We have 24 more shots. That's enough. Have the Rhino cease fire for now. Use them all up when we launch our all-out assault. Adjutant, shouldn't we call our people back if we're trying to board that MVV? With all due respect, the people we have here are ordinary Manji security troopers. They're nowhere near as well trained as us. Having them attempt a boarding would be suicidal. Well, I don't really care about casualties. If the mission fails... Have you blown up all the signal markers in the regions designated by the brass? They're all gone. And that's perfect. Without the signal markers, nobody would be making calls to see the outside of our AO. Sounds like a perfect mission completion to me. Also, we have drone surveillance for this mission. Even if someone wants to cut in, we'll have enough time to hunt them down later. Plus, it's not like I'm actually going to let those rookies fight those crazy dolls in close combat. Our objective is to just make the vehicle's commander think we're going to board them. Have our people stand by and wait for further orders. Kenny is clearly used to Linting's habits and doesn't probe further. A crazy ex-girlfriend. The assaulting IFVs draw closer to the Elmo, while Linting keeps her eyes focused on the screen as though she's waiting for something. The charging rhinos are now 1 kilometer away from the enemy. Who is this crazy redhead? We don't know. She is a new character. She never appeared in Girls Frontline 1. But apparently she has a stick up her ass when it comes to the commander for some reason. Still no response? Linting anxiously studies the position of her IFVs and the Elmo, leaving deep teeth prints on her cigarette. Adjutant, the enemy MVV is on the move. The MVV seems to have realized that they can't keep taking a pounding like this. A moment later, the Elmo's drive system reveals themselves as defense mode armor plating rises and retracts into storage. Although the mode switch takes less than a minute, it's enough for the Manchi security forces to launch its vicious attack. At last. Kenny, have the Rhinos launch all remaining missiles now. Explosions rock the MVV as Linting's order is executed. Although the MVV's dolls do their best to intercept the incoming projectiles, the saturation missile strike overwhelms the MVV's shielding and scores direct hits on the superstructure. The unarmored parts of the deck are instantly potholed, and high-strength polycarbonate windows begin to crack. Why don't you love me? By the time the dust clears, the MVV has barely managed to finish its mode change. The MVV before the Manji security forces drag its pockmarked shells along and turns with unexpected speed, rushing towards an opening that the PMC forces couldn't seal off in time. Very decisive. There's nobody else who could make that choice. Rhino 4, have your forces concentrate fire on the MVV's undercarriage. Several autocannons roar as they blast away at the Elmo's running gears. While each individual shell is not too devastating, the sustained barrage deals tremendous damage to the hulking MVV. However, the Elmo seems intent on breaking out of the encirclement and ignores the attack from the IFVs around it. driving into the face of the shells, raining down on it towards some unknown destination. Behind it, the Monty security forces are in hot pursuit. The multiple hits on the running gears by the autocannons cause load-bearing wheels to fall from the mountings. As a result, the MO shakes violently as it travels at high speed. However, the driver's technique means the MV staples itself as it limps out of the Monty security blockade. Yes, carefully thought out and determined. Linting studies the direction where the MO is headed, and then at a topographical map of the region. After zooming out repeatedly, she sees an abandoned town to the northwest. The MV is broken out of the encirclement. They're picking up speed, and our IFVs can catch up with them. That's fine. You think they can escape now that we know that where they're headed? Where they're going? Here. Linting points at the screen, indicating to the town with her cigarette, then pats Kenny on the shoulder. This is the only place that will let them escape our encirclement. I want to praise them for finding the way out so soon. Wait, isn't that... The cornice in town question has an Omen unit icon on it. Have our ambush forces prepare for battle. Our guests are coming. Linting pulls out her cigarette and takes hold of the cannon's hand station again, then orders the driver to prepare to move out. He can't even withstand an assault like this. All he can do is flee miserably under the absolute superiority of his enemy's firepower, unable to protect the things he wants to defend. This is the price of abandoning everything and leaving the game. It's truly unsightly. As expected, she made the right choice back then. That thought runs through Linting's head as she watches the sand dunes vanish into the distance behind her. Who is she? Apparently she was involved in Frankfurt. Everything is going as she planned. Now that she has set up an ambush that so overwhelmingly favors her, how long will that man be able to continue struggling? She might be ex-Griffin at this point, because she seems pretty bitter that he left. Everyone, get ready for battle. Mailing, how's the Elmo? The substructure has been badly damaged and the engine severely overheated from all the high-speed travel just now. Our top speed is only at 15 miles an hour. That's really slow. Got it. Keep the Elmo on the move. Don't stop for anything. All points, load up on explosives. We need to jam up the mouth of the pass to shake out the enemy's pursuit. The road behind the ammo is the only thing wide enough to accommodate it. I saw a couple of unstable looking buildings on either side of it. We're going to plant charges on their load-bearing columns. Leader, enemies in the black are surrounding us. Did they see through us? Change of plan. Limit the enemies near the Elmo. Krolik, try to figure out the numbers and position the enemy. Remember, don't let them tie you up. Okay. Ass. Nemesis, I'll send you a topographical map of this area to you. Get to high ground and fire at will. Thunder, rumbling in all directions. Vepley, you're in charge of distracting the enemy forces on the ground. Give Krolik and Nemesis a chance to break their formation. No problem. Vepley's the best at drawing everyone's attention. But what about you, leader? I'll plant the charges and keep the enemy from catching up to us. Mailing, tell the commander that the enemy is caught up to us and beware of enemy attack on the way back. But I haven't been able to get through since just now. Keep trying to contact the commander until you get through. Okay, I'll keep up the hails. Right, that's our plan then. Everyone, let's go. Yeah, topographical. I have a stuttering problem, so that's just what happened there. I think she is a bit upset that we are more into her dolls than her. It might be. I think it's mostly just her being very insecure about her abilities and not having any memories. This was supposed to be a Defy Team common event. We already saw that one. It's not confirmed if it's Defy, but there's a decent chance it is Defy. Skip Modernia. Yeah, by that point, Griffin was pretty much just us in regards to Lentine. We were the only one that mattered, yeah. There were other commanders in Griffin. I know the joint operation with the military really fucked things up. Yeah, all the other commanderships should have been dead. If not from that joint operation where the military betrayed us, it'll be when the military attacked the PMC base, and it was really fucked up. Like, basically, only Persica, Kruger, and Hellion survived that. But it could be possible if she's ex-Griffin. She could have came in later. He didn't die, I'm for sure retire. Yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Leader, it doesn't look like they're trying to close the gap. Yes, it seems they figured out what we're trying to do. Gentiane, Lentine? Eh, probably not, though. Probably not. Their aim is to buy time. So they're keeping their distance and exchanging fire with us, keeping us from that building which we could use to block the path. To think we had to launch the attack even though we're on the side that got ambushed. Hey, Shorty, we worked pretty well together back there. Want to team up again? You need Vepley to shine brighter? Yes, please. Draw their attention. I'll try to approach that building again. Nemesis, please cover us. Twinning, the moment of enlightenment, and the distance from confusion. Nemesis says she's low on ammo. Alright then. Our success or failure rests on this gambit. Let's go. Time for Vepley's favorite special effect, smoke screens. Vepley pulls out a smoke grenade and throws it in the opposite direction of her cover. Shouty. The moment it bursts, the enemy bullets rain down on a spreading smoke cloud. The dolls emerge from their cover and race towards the building they're going to bring down. Krolik, enemies on your 9, roughly 50 meters away. Leader, you guys carry on. I'll wipe them out. Krolik lowers her stance and sprints over to the enemies in question. Their screens fill the radio channel. Is it rewriting the cause of no high CG teams in defense? It's a big factor, yeah. 3 down. 2 more headed your way, leader. Their path might pass through Nemesis' field of fire. Before Krolik can finish speaking, a pair of bullets find their homes in enemy skulls. They collapse like puppets with their strings cut, and red bright liquid gushes out of their helmets. Before Krolik can spout a one on her, a hail of bullets fly her way from another direction. She quickly ducks behind cover, trying to find a position of her attackers. This time, the enemy doesn't seem willing to let her go. They hammer her position with tores of lead, keeping Krolik completely pinned down. Quick, bullying Krolik! Velpy, go help her! Velpy proceeds to double back to support Krolik. She throws a grenade with all her might, and the enemy throws back more grenades in response. Groza feels the heat and shockwaves from the multiple detonations wash over her back. While she continues running forward, there's a hint of anxiety in her voice as she keys her communicator. Krolik, Velpy, are you alright? I'm okay. I just got hit by a few bullets. For some reason, I get the feeling I should be bringing a ranged weapon along last time. Flowing sands and running waters recede, then go still at the first reaches of sunset. Okay, fine, you win. Now fire off the rest of your rounds and cover us. Velpy thinks the show went too well, but Mr. Pizza will give me strength. The sound of heavy gunfire comes over the transmission once again, and this time it's getting closer to the dolls. Groza can clearly tell these black armored troopers are worlds apart from the enemies she's previously encountered. Their shooting technique and tactics mark them as veteran fighters, and they clearly understand the terrain. Although their responses are slower than dolls, they can still attack the dolls from multiple angles while hugging cover, negating the advantages in accuracy and reaction speed which dolls enjoy. The Elmo dolls are having a hard fight, and time is not on their side this time. Groza glances at the explosives in her backpack. So far, they haven't managed to set a single charge, and the IFVs pursuing them will not give them a chance to catch their breath. If they can't block off a single road giving access to the pass, it's only a matter of time before the enemy's main forces catches up and wipes them out. Groza squeezes her weapon's foregrip and thinks about what to do if the war should come to pass. We fell for it. They weren't trying to delay us. They were planning to directly destroy us. They're smarter than we expected, using their advantage in numbers and firepower to overwhelm us. Still, they aren't dolls. They'll die when they're killed. We've taken out so many of them already. Doesn't their commander give a damn about their men? Groza doesn't know how to answer Krolik's question. Logically speaking, most commanders would do as Krolik said and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. But the enemy's fighting spirit and morale hasn't fallen because of their losses. She can't apply normal preconceptions to these foes. The archer class. Oh, there's no point thinking about all that. Leader, I'll delay the enemy. Hurry and bring down that building. We can't let the commander come back to the site of the Elmo in flames, right? That's right. Please, I'm counting on you. Groza ducks into the target building and unpacks enough explosives to bring this building down several times before wiring them up with detonators and setting up the initiating sequence. However, the IFV engines comes from nearby. Groza looks up, and her hands stop moving as she sees the scene before her. The IFVs that have been engaging the Elmo just now are heading down the road, going straight for the Elmo. Groza's heart fills with despair, as she never felt before, as the unending stream of IFVs rumble in. No matter how fast she works, there's no way she can finish planting all the explosives from all the buildings, load-bearing columns before the convoy passes by. Time seems to slow to a crawl, and in Groza's eyes, everything outside takes place in slow motion. In an instant, she remembers many things. Her life after parting ways with the commander, the scene of her reunion with him, the first time she downloaded her neural backup into this frame, that strange feeling from back then. She clearly promised the commander that she would protect everyone on the Elmo. No, she can't give up yet. She needs to complete her mission, and besides, she still has her last resort. Groza lays the explosives on the ground and quickly reconnects them before loading them onto her back. The circuit ends at the detonator, whose time delay has been removed. Groza takes it in hand, discards her weapon, and jumps out in front of the first APC. The driver reacts quickly, as autocannon and coaxial machine gun immediately begins tracking her movement, but Adolph's dexterity and rapid reflexes allow her to easily avoid the attack. Immediately following, she throws herself into a slide to go under the IFV. Krolik, take charge in my place from now on. Bring everyone back to the Elmo immediately. Upon hearing Groza's words, Krolik replies over the radio sounds frantic. Leader, what are you doing? I will keep the enemy vehicles from approaching the Elmo. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion, as she watches bullets kick up puffs of sand and dust around her. She suddenly feels a strange sense of liberation. Neural upload synchronization command selection. Disable? Warning, this command entails a high degree of risk. Please reconfirm the disable's order. Leader, talk to me. What are you doing? You can't. Not again. Confirmed. Command confirmed. Neural upload synchronization disabled. Time goes from slowing down to practically standing still. Groza watches herself gradually approach the undercarriage of the IFV. She even sees the driver's look of panic as he tries to pull out his handgun, but fails to do so in time. She sees the cell casings ejected by the turret guns, as well as each and every pebble thrown into the air by the shaking of the ground. She sees a strange blue-colored flower blossoming before her, and a blue butterfly, Lunacia, floating out of the flower's heart. And the final thing she sees is the commander's face, though for some reason it seems a little blurred. A strange feeling wells up from the depths of her neural cloud, but the real stranger is herself, standing in front of the commander. That self wears a completely different uniform from her, and has a completely different expression on her face. A powerful wave of fatigue washes over Groza. She closes her eyes and stops thinking. Goodbye, Commander. Oh wow, this seems so out of place now. It's like that moment. A tried and true Griffin tactic, blowing yourself up, yeah. Ooh, got quite a bit still. I'm sad now. But yeah, I would say she mostly did that because she was worried that she was compromised. There was a lot behind that decision. As the helicopter races through the jet black sky, it slowly descends and emerges from the cloud cover that prevents others from noticing it. I can't help but worry as I look at my reflection in the window. Why every canon wife die? I don't know, man. And back at the terminal in front of me. The terminal displays a connection lost icon. I sigh, and then try to reestablish the communications link. Groza, do you read me? Come in, Elmo. However, the only thing I hear from my earpiece is a hissing of static. I've been trying to contact them throughout the entire flight, but I haven't been able to get through so far. I clench my fist and glance unhappily at the hovering Dante gate. Didn't you say you could maintain comms with the Elmo no matter the distance? That would require the local signal markers to be intact. So the nearby signal markers have been destroyed. Considering the scale of the enemy attack Rosa mentioned, that's definitely a possibility. It also means the opposition be prepared to ambush well. While going up against the Elmo, I can't underestimate the reaction speed of these black armor Manji security troopers. I look out the window, at the ground below. The pass I told the Elmo to head towards is right below us. I head over to the cockpit, where Sharkry and Cinturesi are sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. Sharkry, descend to 200 meters and then maintain altitude. Okay. Had the helicopter's rocket pods been reloaded? Topped up and ready to go. Good. Cinturesi, when we fly above the pass, try to use the vehicle radio to establish comms in a short range. Commander, the enemy might discover us if we use the radio. It's alright. They won't be able to respond. Yeah, that's funny, yeah. The helicopter soars through the air above the pass, and I can see quite a number of ant-like vehicles swarming the entrance. Although, I think it was 45. I'm talking AR-15 about that. There are intermittent flashes of light in the settlement at the mouth of the pass. There are people exchanging the fire there, and it's plain to see that our people are among them. Looking further into the distance, I see the MVV crawling along as it trails through a huge plume of black smoke. It's traveling slowly, but it's already drawn away from the firefight. Cinturesi turns on the radio, and I begin hailing it. Soon, I hear Mei Ling's voice amidst the noise. Mei Ling, do you read me? Commander? Thank goodness, I got through at last. Calm down, Mei Ling. What's happening now? We're being chased by lots of enemy armor. We headed to the town that you mentioned earlier, but there are enemies there waiting to ambush us. Leader Groza took the dolls out to intercept them, and she said she would blow up the road on this side. So, they saw through it, huh? Can you contact Groza? No, I can't. Leader and the others have been responding since just now. Do you think they're in danger? I'll go back them up. You keep dropping the ammo, and don't stop for anything. Got that? I got it, Commander. Please bring Groza back and the others. Leave it to me. I put down the handset and return to the passenger cabin. I look around at the dolls holding their weapons and ammo, then begin handing out combat assignments. Diane, Zhengyu, Xiaohe, Cinturesi. You'll be forming a squad to assist and relieve Groza's team. You already know who Groza is. The other three members of her team are a doll with bunny ears, a doll with a purple cape, and a doll with the Mr. Pizarro's backpack. You should be able to recognize them at a glance. Don't get stuck in with the enemy. Find them and bring them back to the chopper ASAP. Understood. We'll take care of it, Commander. Time to show off the power of an elite doll, Commander. Colfine, you're in charge of protecting Melanie. Do not leave her side for a moment. Yep. Are you alright with that? Are you alright with that, Melanie? I'm okay. Alright. Prepare to move out. I head back to the cockpit, instructing Sharkry to overfly the firefight. Once we're above it, I point out a largely intact building, and Sharkry immediately picks up on what I want and descends. Let's go. Cinturesi and Diane open the hatches on the respective sides of the chopper, and a ferocious downwash screams in from the outside. The dolls stand by and open doors while Colfine shields Melanie from the howling winds with her body. The helicopter nears the target building. The dolls jump out when it's roughly 10 meters above the roof. Haha, time for a Griffin airdrop. Watch this, big sis. Jiang Yu does a magnificent flip in the mid-air before touching down. Diane, who has touched the ground alongside her, glances at her sister before reproaching her. Be careful, Jinyu. We're in a combat zone now. But that's what I want. It just feels like old times. So this is what you're used to. No wonder you are so restless. Why, you jelly? Ladies and Monsoon, let's head out. Pardon us, Miss Interacy. Let's go. The dolls dart into the building and the helicopter pulls up again as it heads towards the mouth of the pass. Looks like it's about time. From the co-pilot seat, I see multiple IFVs working their way through the town area. They're driving single file towards the Elmo, the perfect opportunity for us. Shakri, target this road and blow all those APCs to scrap. Will do! The helicopter adjusts its position to hover, then plunges in for a strafing run. Rockets scream out of their pods in rapid succession, and explosions erupt along the length of the road, turning the IFVs into burning wrecks. Grossa feels her frame hit the ground hard with a dull thud. In the wake of the deafening explosions, the walls of the pass crumble and the ruined buildings nearby collapse, engulfing the fleeing Manji's security troopers. She can hear their screams. She can see the mangled remains of humans that have been blasted into gory chunks. And she can feel their hot blood raining down on her. But wait a minute. Didn't she just... Grossa thinks back on what she was doing before she found herself collapsed on the ground. Do dolls feel like this after they blow themselves up? It doesn't seem any different from normal. She recalled a time when scientific advancement in this world was still limited, and humans believed that after death, they would become something called ghosts, entities left behind after one's death. Then, is she some kind of data ghost now? Grossa lies motionless, trying to clear her head. In her recollection, she was preparing to press the button on her detonator, but then the IFV before her suddenly exploded, and the massive shockwave sent her flying. Grossa looks down at her right hand. The detonator's still there, but she did not press it. Then, what was that explosion just now? Before she could think about it, the sounds of more gunfire and explosions come from the other side of the rebel. Looks like the opposition hasn't given up yet. They're trying to blast a hole in the debris and fallen rock blocking the path, so the troops outside can get inside and continue fighting. Once again, there is a deafening explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, and the blocked passage shows sign of clearing. Another one, and the rubble blocking the path is completely blown away. She can hear Manji troopers approaching, so close that she can see their gray helmets through the breach. Is this the end? No, not yet. Bullets suddenly fly past her, accurately striking the Manji troopers in the head. Shocked, Grossa looks back and sees the dolls bursting out the smoke and running through her side. Miss Groza, are you alright? Are you the reinforcement sent by the commander? Miss Groza, do you not remember me? Yes, I am. Master sent me to help you withdraw. Where are the other dolls? They're behind me, fighting in the streets. They're engaged with the enemy. They need backup. Understood. Miss Diane, please take Monsoon Squad and reinforce the other dolls. I'll help evacuate Miss Groza. Understood. We'll leave things on this side to you. Please stay still, Miss Groza. You sustained severe damage to your frame. I'll drag you out of here. Nemesis, what happened to your cover fire? Departure. Lost and hidden friends. What do you mean you ran out of ammo? And now of all times? Get it together. Are the dolls approaching us from the... Are there dolls approaching us from over there? They're fast. Are the enemies? Don't shoot. We're friendlies. Are you dolls from the Elmo? Yes, we are. We're from Monsoon Squad. The commander sent us to back you up. We'll be covering your withdrawal. So the commander sent you, but the leader's still out there. Our teammates will bring her back. Let's take care of the enemies in front of us first, shall we? Sounds great. Time to get those bastards a spanking. The backpack. She protects the backpack. Also, I like how it is all of Monsoon Squad. Also, this is interesting. But I like how it is all of Monsoon Squad, but since only Diane's been released, they can only show Diane. Okay. The red-haired woman anxiously studies the message on screen, not even realizing that her cigarette has almost burned itself out. Man, I'm surprised she's not dead from bronchitis. Half of the IFVs she sent into the town had been destroyed. The other half has been wedged outside the fallen rocks and rubble. Meanwhile, there is a ceaseless stream of casualty reports from her Omen forces. Just now, the dolls that jumped out of the helicopter has completely eliminated any chance she has of wiping out those encircled dolls. That helicopter has shown up with incredible timing and practically destroyed her entire deployment in an instant. Could it be that the fleeing MPV had only been a decoy? Was she be the one ambushed all along? The confidence she had started with crumbles in an instant, and Lentine can't help but wonder if there's a bigger trap waiting for her behind all this. Any person would probably not be able to do it, but she can't even begin to imagine what kind of strategies that the man who came back from Frankfurt can employ. Lentine's underestimation of him has already cost her dearly, and right now, she knows that her only choice is no choice at all. Contact all squads. Have them begin withdrawing. Load up the dead and wounded where possible, and return to our muster point. But Adjutant, we can still fight. We still have those dolls surrounded. And what if they have more dolls lying in wait for us? But we still have a perimeter lockdown mission ahead of us. We can't lose any more men. Bring everyone back now. Yes, ma'am. Damn it! Kenny angrily punches his seat before leaving the IFV. He doesn't look back. It is only now that Lentine notices the burning pain at her fingertips. She clicks her tongue and drops a cigarette butt. Its lingering heat scorches a black edge circle on the intelligence report lying on the floor of the vehicle. Lentine picks it up, preparing to throw the pages that made her lose so much out of the vehicle. However, her hand stops halfway, and Lentine instead throws the report back onto the ground. There is a strange feeling in her heart. It's been there for a full 10 years, appearing in her dreams, showing up whenever she doubted herself, forcing her to find all kinds of excuses for her actions in order to get it under control. As it is, she can no longer hold it back. The feeling that utterly denies all choices she has made, an emotion that completely crushes her soul into the dirt. How? How is it that he can still beat me, even after falling so far? Why would he give up on everything, even when he's this capable? It makes no sense. She has to ask him and find the answer to that question. Linton grabs her gun and stands up, throwing open the IFV's hatch. She clenches her fists, driving her nails so deeply into her palm that blood begins swelling up and dripping from her hand. Skill issue. It shouldn't. Things shouldn't be this way. Come on, load up. Monster Squad brings up the Elmo dolls to the roof of the nearby building. As the helicopter begins slowly touching down, I open the hatch so the dolls can rush inside. Diane and the other bring out Krolik, Vepley, and Nemesis with them into the helicopter, which makes the passenger compartment feel a little cramped. Zhao Hui and Zhang Yu reflexively take up positions on the edges of the cabin, guns raised, and scanning their surroundings. Commander, where do you get all these people from? They're old friends. Where's Groza? Miss Sinton Racing said that she was helping her evacuate Groza. I look down, but there's no sign of them. I pick up the handset and hail Sinton Racy. Sinton Racy, where are you two? Master, Miss Groza is badly hurt. The enemy caught up to us and we're trying to hold them off. Find a way to indicate your location. Got it. I hear a magazine change over the transmission. Shortly afterwards, I see a stream of tracer rounds hurtle into the sky. I immediately point in that direction and order Sharkray to dust off. Once we reach the area above the tracers, I clearly make out Sinton Racy and Groza firing off the enemy from behind cover. Zhang Yu and Shuai immediately rake the enemy support weapons with gunshots, and the suppressive fire from the distance eases off. Sinton Racy looks up at the helicopter and takes advantage of the lull in the shooting to grab Groza and head for the nearest roof. Wah! She's calling out the her diner gate. A pair of missiles fly towards the helicopter, but fortunately, Sharkray has been slowly orbiting the side and dodges them. Diane moves up to the doorway and jumps and joins the other dolls in suppressing the source of the rockets. Meanwhile, I get Sharkray to rapidly descend and get as close to the building's edge as possible. Just as the helicopter levels out, Sinton Racy appears on the roof, carrying Groza. She widens her steps and picks up speed, jumping off the roof with Groza. The two of them slam into the helicopter like a cannonball. Fortunately, the other dolls help them soften the impact. Diane helps Sinton Racy lay Groza on the cabin floor, while Zhang Yu immediately closes the hatch. Seeing that everyone is aboard, Sharkray immediately climbs to the air, beating a hasty retreat while being pursued by more rockets. The helicopter flies towards the Elmo. Fortunately, the roof landing pad isn't too badly damaged. Sharkray lands on the chopper of the Elmo. The dolls dismount, waiting for further instructions. I look into the distance. The Elmo is cleared of that ruined town, and the enemy shows no intention of continuing the pursuit. I sigh in relief, then turn my attention back to the dolls. Groza's frame is riddled with shrapnel. Krolik and Nemesis are carefully unloading her from the helicopter. Groza, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm sorry. I almost failed to complete my mission. It was my fault for coming back late. Don't speak. You need repairs. Groza nods and closes her eyes. I hear the chime of the hangar elevator nearby, and Mei Ling rushes out as the door opens. Commander! Leader, are you okay? Groza shakes her head, but does not respond. Mei Ling, you've done a great job. Now I need to do a little more. Got it. I'll start fixing Leader right now. With Mei Ling urging them on, Krolik and Nemesis help Groza to the repair bay. Will Leader really be alright? I hope it's just surface level damage. We'll have to wait for Mei Ling to finish running diagnostics. Speaking of diagnostics, why don't you give Melanie a checkup? After that, we can get her a room to rest in. Alright. Come with me. Okay, Melanie? Melanie glances at me, then obediently follows Cold Fiend down the stairs. I have Velpy give the other dolls a tour of the Elmo, which also includes performing a damage assessment of the stricken areas. You're assuming they have the money to give her a raise. I head back to the ops room. Thanks to the recent attack, it's a total mess. Glass panels have been broken and fragments are everywhere. I can't help but sigh as I think about how the Elmo had just been repaired not long ago, only for it to be reduced to this state once again. I sit back down in my chair. Who would have thought so many things would have happened in just one day? The hitherto silent Dante Gate flies above my head once again. Dandelion's smug voice rings out from above me. What an exciting day this one was, Commander. Does it remind you of your Griffin days? I can't help but be reminded of them. I reach up and grab the Dante Gate above my head, but it nimbly evades my grasp. The Dante Gate flies up before me and projects Dandelion's face again. She is yawning and stretching lazily. So, were today's events a coincidence that you arranged to? How could that be? The only coincidence I arranged was for you to meet Monsoon and Zucchero. But then you ended up rewriting the script in your own way. I had nothing to do with the encounter in that underground lab, the fight with the Manji, security, or that girl. Oh, really? Anyway, about that data you found in that underground lab. Have you learned anything yet? I found a piece of information before we left the range of the signal marker network. As it turns out, there has been a string of missing persons and cultist activity cases filled with the police departments of the various major districts in a nearby satellite cities. So far, I read through 800 plus reports, over 13,000 pictures, 46 videos, and the material involves over 1,000 people. Right now, I'm trying to analyze similarities and sort them to see if I can find any clues. However, the reports are highly disorganized, and there are signs of systematic internal tampering in addition to the confusing information. Huh? So give me a little time, okay? It's only been half a day. I can't digest all this at once. The rest will have to wait until my connection to the signal marker network is restored. However, there seems to be some similarities between the experiment you found and what Hyde 404 is investigating. Perhaps they might be able to give you a lead to follow. I trust you haven't forgotten them yet? How could I ever? Lina assigned you to go pick them up, right? Groza and the others were attacked on the road to get to them. They were probably the same people as the ones who attacked 404. That's my guess too. According to the PMC registration database, Monji Security is supposed to be a small independent company with less than 100 employees to their name. It looks like the NAMFA must have messed up really badly if they managed to overlook a company with this level of equipment and manpower. We'll tell Colleen about this afterwards. However, we've been cut off since just now. We can't contact anyone, be they 404 or Lena. The enemy is smart. They knew to destroy the signal markers. However, I doubt this will pose a problem for 404. You mean? I mean something like this. Dandelion points to the ops room main terminal. Suddenly, it buzzes with the comms request. I glance at Dandelion, and then I wearily put it through. Hey, looks like I finally got through. Man, it sure was hard fixing a signal marker with hardware this old. Man, Klukai would have killed me if I didn't fix it. Ugh, just thinking about it scares me. For a moment, I'm not sure how to answer. There's a look of doubt on my face as I listen to the voice on the line. No response? Hello? Can you hear me? I'm connected, right? You haven't forgotten who I am, have you, Commander? There's a brief burst of noise. The video window dissolves into static and then clears up. That's the air. There is a man with his hand through the camera. He seems to be banging on something. There's a burst of sparks, and then the man throws his wrench aside and slowly turns around. As he does, the man's face is revealed by the cold light of the overhead fluorescent lamps. It's Raymond. Wait a minute, is that you, dear? That was so funny. He's like a fucking ring. Okay, bathroom real quick, and then we'll continue. Yeah, I'm glad he's alive too. And yes, the stream will be available after I stop streaming. You don't think the air actually grew the stones asked Mekti out? No, I don't believe so. Yeah, he has a good heart. I wonder how Sierra looks, honestly. I mean, the thing is that like he made a copy of her anyways, so I kind of feel like that he would just that if he really wanted to date her, he would just date the maid that he made. Outside the Elmo's windows, a sandy gust of wind speeds through the darkened sky. There are no Ela corpses here, or nauseating monsters. The endless sands are as clean as though nothing had ever happened. The helicopter slowly lands on the Elmo. The dolls open the hatch and jump down from the chopper, while Dier follows them behind as he touches down on the Elmo. After receiving Dier's distress signal, Sinterracy took Diane and the others to the beacon station where Dier was. As per our previous comms, I learned that he had come to offer assistance after 404 had gone missing. But by the time he arrived at the location, he found all the signal markers in the region had been destroyed, and Amanji security had seized control of all the roads leading in and out. In the end, he became trapped there. Fortunately, Linda had given him the Elmo com code, so he managed to contact us after fixing the signal marker. We didn't encounter any enemies at the signal marker. The helicopter returned to the Elmo after taking Dier aboard. The dolls returned to the repair bay to rest, while Dier came to the ops room. I gave him a quick once-over, and can't help but feel familiar with his look. I feel unfamiliar with this look. What's wrong, Commander? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to grow up like this. Yeah. Well, I am human after all. Yeah, that's pretty funny because people originally thought that Dier may have been a doll to have immortality. That's pretty funny. Our looks are different from dolls. We grow up fast. You got into a fight with a tiger and won. Yes, of course I know that. That said, what's more interesting is that you're still helping out Squad 404. They're back to the name now. Yeah, there were times when I asked myself, why am I even putting myself through all this crap? But hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? And besides, I heard that the Elmo would be helping them out, and I always wanted to take a look at around the Elmo. Man, is this thing really that interesting? Of course it is. After all, it's a cutting-edge IOT product. The final glory of the NSU's heavy industry. A one-of-a-kind model that will never be seen again. Yeah, I guess it sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, you don't even know how valuable this thing is, do you, Commander? All I know is that thanks to his workshop bills, I have trouble just getting enough water to drink as it is. Hey, you get what you pay for. Would you mind if I upgraded the comm systems over here? Be my guest. I step aside and Dier takes out a bunch of strange devices before starting to work on a command console. So the thing is about this is that, like, at least in the main story, I don't recall a point where Dier and Commander actually talked. Obviously, they could have talked off-screen, but yeah, I don't recall a point in the main story for Girls Frontline 1 when they actually talked. I step aside and Dier takes a bunch of strange devices before starting to work on the command console. After some banging and fiddling, I see a screen on the console's monitor that I've never seen before. What's this? I upgraded the Elmo's comm system and also set up a temporary encrypted comms channel. I'm sure there were cases in the past where transmission were leaked to the outside world, right? Why do you ask? Lena told me about it. She said that after Miss Kalina found out about Namfo's comms has been cracked by others on multiple occasions, she told 404 about it and asked them to improve their signal encryption. Leva felt that relying on an encrypted channel alone was pointless. So not only did she boost the encryption on all their communications, but she also installed a honey trap in 404's information systems. Any visitors who haven't been invited by 404 will receive a special surprise from them. Unfortunately, the upgrade technology still hasn't managed to catch that visitor who's turned up so many times before. The encrypted comm channel I set up here is similar to the one Squad 404 is using now. This way, we can better ensure data security between both sides. If that's the case, Kalina had the best upgrade on her end too. Well, about that. I don't dare to mess around lightly with things on Namfo's end. Although, I think that's where the biggest hole in security is. So you think that Namfo's is problematic? Like, it would be best, or it would be strange if a government organization of that level didn't have loopholes, right? I fall silent for a while and don't respond to Dier's words. In principle, I trust Colleen unconditionally, but she's part of Namfa, and I can't make up my mind about them right away. After some thought, I decided to change the subject. Oh, yes. You were saying that Lena asked you to come over? Yep. Earlier, Kukai mentioned that having trouble getting network signal. So Lena sent me over to help troubleshoot things for her. At first, I thought it was just a standard mission, so I took my family helicopter over and paid for transportation and tools myself. Now that I think about it, Kukai really is too stingy. So you entered the Yellow Zone all by yourself? Well, the danger level for this place wasn't high, and my truck has good specs, so the Varjagers had trouble catching up. I thought I could just find a signal marker, drop off an enhanced base station, and be done with it. But turns out every single signal marker I encountered along the way was completely destroyed. The only one whose internals I could even begin to repair was the last one. After that, I found out that the way out was completely controlled by Manji forces. I figured that they shoot me full of holes even if I tried to go back. Luckily, I met you, Commander. Otherwise, I had been totally screwed. Saying so, Dier fiddles with the console interface and scans for new transmission channels. The moment the scan finishes, a shining point immediately appears on the screen. What's this? It's a transmission base attack. It's broadcasting right now. Can I connect to it? Yes, do it now. The ear connects to the transmission. A rapid, loud voice speaks over the channel. "3,762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We have an emergency broadcast and need support. I repeat, we need support." Survey Corps? Aren't those the forces that 404 are working with? Can we communicate with them? No, there's no response. This is an audio clip on a loop broadcast. Can we backtrace the signal then? Sure we can. Alright, location confirmed. They're not far away. Yeah, I don't know the average amount of pulls. For the banners. I picked up my terminal and contact Cinteracy. Master? Cinteracy, I have a new assignment for you. Get ready for battle along with Monsoon Squad and meet in the hangar. Understood. Preparing now. I had Dier send the coordinates to the dolls and look out at the night sky as dark and mysterious as this mission. This might be our break in finding Squad 404. So yeah, it's like a lot is happening. Like a surprising amount. Oh, that's an interesting attack. Yeah, I'm just looking at the enemy units now. These are new types. They're still underleveled, but they look cool at the very least. Yeah. The helicopter takes off from the Elmo. I decide to head over to the repair bay while waiting for news. I leave the ops room after telling the Donde Gate to keep an eye out on the Elmo status and its surroundings. Dier follows me down too. When we enter the repair bay, we see Mei Ling performing the final adjustments on Groza, while the other dolls keep her company. Ah, Commander, you're here. Yep. How are things? Mei Ling says things are okay, but just now, leader... Gorlek immediately shuts up when she realizes what's going on, and she pushes Nemesis and Vetley out the room. Right. We're going to check on the rest of the Elmo. You guys have a good chat, Commander. After the dolls leave the room, Groza sits up on a diagnostic slab. Groza, are you alright? Commander, I'm fine. Thank you for sending help. Yeah, things were really close out there. Mei Ling, how was the leader's frame? I was startled when I first saw her, but when I ran my diagnostic, I realized that weren't that many penetrating injuries. Fortunately, most of the wounds were caused by shrapnel. While it caused a certain amount of danger to her limbs, we can fix them with replacement parts. That's good to hear. After seeing that Groza is alright, I managed to calm down at last. I stepped aside to make room for Dier, then introduced him to Groza and Mei Ling. This is Mei Ling. She's the Elmo's chief engineer. Groza is the leader of the Elmo's doll squad. Dier nods to them. Mei Ling turns a nod, a little timidly. And this is Dier. I guess you could call him 404's... Just call me 404's technician. I'll do everything I can to help you out during the upcoming operation. Nice meeting you. Oh, alright. Groza nods to Dier. For some reason, Groza seems to be acting strangely. Suddenly, Dier lights up and he excitedly rushes over to the slab behind Groza. Puzzled, I followed his movements with my eyes, seeing him proudly skip over to where Sexton is lying. Sexton's frame has been badly damaged. Just about all her exposed skin has been destroyed, and her body is also badly deformed. You even have a third generation doll? You know this is third gen? Of course I do. This is the latest tech developed by the Orlok conglomerate. That's, I put that one up. Even the core collaborator companies who are working on it need to wait in line for 6 months just to look at the relevant files. I can't believe you've gotten so rich and powerful after not seeing you for so long, Commander. Oh, I just picked her up by accident. By accident? A third-generation doll costs as much as a skyscraper. And that's just the financial cost alone. This isn't the sort of problem you can just solve with money. Well, it's a long story. We fought her during the previous mission, and then she suddenly showed up near the Elmo. We dragged her on board after we smacked her around for a bit. To think you actually managed to beat a monster of that level. Looks like you've been lying around your combat strength. Looks like you've been lying about your combat strength, Commander. Well, not really. There seemed to be something wrong with her when we ran into her. Both her perceptions and memories were confused. Maybe you can help me take a look at her. Happy to help. Still, in her current state, well, the materials for repairing her would cost an astronomical sum. I coughed to hide my weakness. Is there a cheap way to do it? Cost aside, the main problem is that my understanding of third-generation dolls is surface level at best. Frankly speaking, I don't have much confidence in doing it. Well, we got a chance now. Yeah, I think so too. Well, since I got a chance to take a crack at this, don't mind if I do. Dier pulls out his toolbox and produces a plethora of instruments I've never seen before. After plugging all manner of cables into Sexton's access ports, Dier's instruments began to flash and make noises. It's a mess in there. Junk code and bad sectors everywhere. Her brain was pretty much mush when we met her. Upon seeing that we were discussing sextants, Mei-Ling helps Groza off her slab and walks over to me. While you weren't around, Leader tried hacking into her neural cloud to gather information. Why did you take that risk? Her firewalls were down, so I judged that hacking into her would not pose any risk. I see. So, did you make any progress? Her neural cloud was a mess when I hacked in. My guess is that it was severely damaged by a fusion experiment. I tried connecting to her level 3 base layer and learned some things. Apparently someone ran an experiment on her and deliberately destroyed her. However, her internal files were too badly damaged and I couldn't make out any details. I see. Dier, I need the information in her neural cloud. Please help me fix her neural cloud as best you can. Why don't you ask for the moon while you're at it? Dier takes out another electronic device and hooks it up several small cables from Sexton's head. After a while, the connections crackle and pop off sparks. You are setting the device Dier is holding on fire. A short circuit. How is it? It's like what Leader Groza said. Someone wrecked this doll's neural cloud. Almost to the point of complete destruction. Whoever did it targeted all the vitals and irrecoverable parts of the neural cloud. See, although her frame structure is largely intact, it's almost inoperable. It's kind of like if a neurosurgeon went in and severed linkage in the human brain. There aren't many destroyed nodes, but the neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Also, it seems her body... Dier narrows his eyes and carefully studies an almost destroyed portion of Sexton's epidermal layer. Is something wrong? No. Still, why would anyone make a doll frame out of this? Pretty imaginative, I have to say. Is there any material you haven't seen before? Well, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Just that I never thought anyone would make a frame out of it. Get to the point. What is it? Dier thinks for a moment, then reaches into his toolbox and takes out something that looks like a microscope. He looks for a place on Sexton's body and sets it up and calls me over. Here, Commander, take a look. What is it? It looks like some sort of biological tissue, or rather, some kind of cells. Looks like someone is trying to fuse this doll's frame materials with some kind of cell. That's a little surprising. The cells don't look very active. Looks like the fusion didn't work. I think about what Dier is saying, and then I suddenly sense someone staring at me. When I turn around, I suddenly notice a little figure standing in the doorway. There is a pitter-patter of footsteps, and then Colfine appears at the doorway as well, grabbing the arm of the little figure. Melanie, what are you doing here? There's something here. Melanie? Upon hearing my words, Melanie reflexively backs away. So, you adopted a daughter as well? Look, it's a really long story. Hi. Hello, Melanie. Melanie backs away even further. Do I really look that scary? Colfine, what were the results of her checkup? Melanie's vitals were all stable. Too stable, in fact. Melanie ignores the exchange between Colfine and me. She raises her hand and points to the doll behind me before addressing me directly. I want to see that doll. That doll? I point to Sexton's. You mean her? Melanie nods. Sure, I guess. Melanie approaches us. Suddenly, a chill runs down my spine and my hand reflexively reaches for the gun at my waist. Upon realizing what I'm doing, I quickly turn aside so that she doesn't see me and fold my arms across my chest. She walks up to Sexton's and looks her up and down. Finally, her gaze settles on the position where we discovered the signs of cellular fusion. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of this fusion. Melanie's words made me stiffen up. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Buchem extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. Buchem cell structures? Hang on. Cell activity has suddenly increased. Dexon quickly checks on Sexton's condition. Grosser walks up in front of me and reflexively takes up a defensive position, while Colfine pulls Mei Ling and Melanie away. Be careful, Commander. Logically speaking, the chances of her self-repairing like this should be vanishingly low. But the characteristics of Buchem cells might actually end up coming into play here. Self-repair, huh? So, a doll who can self-repair, and a third-gen doll at that. Well, that's interesting. Looks like she's recovering faster than expected. Her neural cloud is rebooting. The back sectors are actually accepting connections. Dier stares incredulously at the instruments he's holding, while Groza warily raises her gun and points it at Sexton's while shouting to Colfine. Get Mei Ling and that girl out of here. Okay. Colfine drags Mei Ling and Melanie outside. Melanie keeps looking back as she goes. After Colfine closes the door behind her, I return my attention to Sexton's. Can you repair her neurocloud backup logs while we're at it? I'm doing it right now. Reboot successful. Local neural cloud backup activated. Backup failed. Reboot successful. Local neural cloud backup activated. Now connecting to remote database. Remote database connection failed. Rebooting in local mode. System online. Now loading affiliation data. Affiliation ID failed. Sextans opens her eyes, but remains still. She looks at me, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you my master? Your master? Sextans walks towards me and extends a hand. I reflexively reach out to take it, but Groza blocks me. Commander, she poses a huge threat. You mustn't lower your guard. The air quickly works on his instruments, and then he suddenly chuckles. Heh, Commander, looks like you might actually become her new master. What do you mean? Well, her affiliation and authorization data has been completely cleared out, and her systems are back at their default state. If you like, you can actually take ownership of her. Does that mean anything? Of course it does. That way you can easily retrieve those neural logs you wanted. I mean, the only human here who can do that is you, right, Commander? I glance at Groza. She doesn't look at me. Her gun is still trained on sextants. If it will aid in your mission, then you should assume ownership of her. Oh. I nod, and Dier immediately begins tapping away on his touchscreen. Sexton's eyes briefly flash. Soon, Dier puts his instruments down and confidently addresses me. Done. She won't regard you guys as enemies anymore, and her neural cloud is reconstructing itself. This is all very convenient, by the way. Also, I found something neat. Something neat? She has an IFF key in her database. Do you know what that means? Are you saying that anything that key regards as a friendly is actually an enemy to us? That's right. See, all the combat logs from nearby have been transmitted to her neural cloud. My guess is that these friendly coordinates show the movements of the Manji security forces. There's no other PMC with so many guys in this shitty part of the Yellow Zone. So the 3rd gen dolls are linked to the Manji security. I mean, that much is obvious, right? 3rd gen dolls were the product of the conglomerate. Wow, I can't say it. Conglomerate. Of the word here. Of the Congo line, to begin with. Yeah. So, if we have more precise locations for Squad 404, we can use sections to backtrace them through the Manji security positions. I nod, then my terminal suddenly rings. Commander, do you read me? Loud and clear, go ahead. We found the coordinates, and we ran into a small detachment of Manji security personnel. They were few in number, and we have already eliminated them. We found a couple of Survey Corps troopers during the firefight. One perished, and the other is very badly wounded. Could you send him back to the Elmo for treatment? His wounds are severe, and we cannot move him easily. Miss Diane is administering first aid, but... Diane, what's that trooper's condition? His bleeding isn't stopping. At this rate, he won't last long. Are you dolls? Let me speak with your commander. Master he. Patch him in. Will do. We're from 3762nd Platoon from the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We're bounty hunters who are just passing by, and we picked up your distress signal. Can you tell me what happened to you? Raymond. Thank you. While carrying out our mission, we encountered many elids and enemies from an unknown faction. They destroyed all the signal markers nearby. I knew it. While we were setting up a signal base station, we were attacked by mercenaries from Manji Security. Our mission can't end with us. For the sake of our brothers. Please stay still. You're in critical condition. Right now, I am conscripting your dolls in the name of the 7th Survey Corps. Please head to our position and provide backup. Our main force has been surrounded. If you help, I'm sure the 1st Sergeant will reward you well. Understood. We will help you. Thank you. Hang in there. Don't give up. Remember, you promised. Commander, he's not breathing. Centuracy, please bury them. Let them rest in peace. Also, bring the doll test back to the Elmo. Alright. I end the transmission and sigh heavily. I guess that things would turn out this way, but I still can't feel a little sad for the soldiers. The year, you said Squad 404 was accompanying the Survey Corps, right? That's what Kukai said, yes? So the base station they struggled to build should be nearby. Have Sextons prepare to backtrace them. Groza, take our remaining dolls. Use Sextons as a guide to find Squad 404. Understood. We have to find them. We can't waste what those soldiers spent their lives to protect. No, he can't conscript our dolls because he's dead. he was making a request. Alright, one more drink. We're at the last part. Yeah. So I gotta say, this is longer, or maybe as long as a Girls Frontline 1 event. We hurry back to the ops room. Deer heads to the comms hub and begins connecting to the equipment. Can you find 404's location with the base station? I'm trying, but my guess is that is not too likely. The base station might be mil-spec hardware, but Manji Security already knows it exists. So in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming the signal. The communications hub emits a signal loss tone, validating Dier's thinking. Didn't work, like I expected. Still, there might be hope if we use Sextons to help. Hang on. Dier crawls under the command terminal and begins installing some extra equipment. Meanwhile, I use this time to contact Centuracy. Centuracy, how are things now? We've buried the soldiers. The base station seems to be running normally. Right. Spread out and establish a defense line. Now that Manji knows they failed, they'll send more people over to counterattack. You must ensure the base station is secure. Understood, Master. We won't disappoint you. The air emerges from under the command terminal and taps several locations on the touchscreen, whereupon their menus begin to change. Right. I'll copy over the frequency settings from the military's base station. This way, the Elmo can use it as a relay to search for nearby Manji security signals. Well done. Groza, do you read me? Go ahead, Commander. Connect to sections level 2 and see if you can find any treasure. Got it, working now. Grocer instant transmission. Soon, section's IFF key is transmitted to the Elmo's systems. This military base station has great coverage. Now for nearby signal traces. Ugh. What's wrong? The good news is that this IFF key is really effective. It's picking up traces of every single position Manji forces have been to. The bad news is it's picking up traces of every single position Manji forces have been to. So they're all over the map. I look at the map after signal analysis has been done. Our surroundings are covered in red dots. Looks like they really were earning their paychecks. Let's think about this from a different angle. Look for signal traces belonging to the highest rated contacts among these. The gets my meaning. He nods and immediately begins working on the task. Got it. There are 2 sets of signal traces corresponding to highly encrypted wavelengths. The first was active between half a month to 1 day ago, while the other suddenly appeared a day ago. Looks like we found them. Can we try to pinpoint the signal location? 1 moment. Nope. Looks like they're using a different communications network from the rest of Manji security. We can't obtain their exact location with section's permission. However, if we use section's permissions to connect to that network and crack their firewall, we might be able to see their location. That said, it'll probably take a full day to crack it with the Elmo's current equipment. Well, we'll just have to start by trying to crack it. The air begins to work. Like he said, the progress bar on the monitor is crawling along. I sink into thoughts. Then I suddenly think about something and look at the Donde gate. Say, Dandelion, isn't cracking your forte? You're a terrible commander. You only want me for my crypto analysis. It's enough to make me cry. I'm sorry, can you help us out? Well, like that voice said, the MO systems don't support cracking. As for me, my processing power is limited to that of this tiny Donde gate. Have you forgotten that all the signal markers are destroyed and my connection to the outside world has been severed? Commander, look at this. Deer suddenly exclaims, and I looked at the command terminal's screen. The opposition signal security has suddenly fallen. The air begins tapping into the screen before I can tell him to. Wait, they voluntarily lowered their own security level? There's a chance now. They lowered it? Did they encounter 404? So they lowered their security level to be compatible with 404 security channels? That means they don't have much time to do this, given our current speed. The progress bar visibly picks up speed, but the estimated completion time shows that the operation will still take close to an hour to finish. Damn it, we're still too slow. The Donde gate flies up to the screen and its mono eye flashes. Then, Dandelion projects her image and smiles smugly as she speaks to me. Well, if they lower their security to this level, I might be able to do something about it. However, I can't handle an encrypted signal on this level alone. Tell me, what do you need? You know me so well, Commander. Can I borrow these cute little dolls of yours? You're not going to do anything dangerous, are you? Relax. I'll return them all in one piece after I'm done. I'll set myself up as the relay, so even if the offensive barriers trigger, I'll be the only one to melt down. Well, have I allayed your concerns? I eyed the Donde gate dubiously and then contact Rosa. Soon, processing power reaches the command system. The Donde gate perches on the command terminal and begins to work. Looks like they were offensive barriers after all. Time for me to show what I can do. Tony's smug face is kind of hot. Everyone, I need you to focus your forces on the weakest part of the enemy protocol. I'll assist you from the outside and keep you from being contaminated by the enemy data. If you're ready, then let's go. As far as Dandelion is concerned, there hasn't been any evidence that she's into the commander like that. But she does have great respect for him. And she's also just extremely loyal to Lunacia. And Lunacia, you know, is obsessed with the commander. So that's also a factor. Yeah, she does want that. I'm pretty sure she wants to record his... I'm pretty sure she wants to record his death. Because he survived so much shit that she's just interested in seeing how he'll actually die. We're in. Connect to the channel. The system indicates that the cracking was successful and the air begins eavesdropping on them. After some crackling noises, a couple of voices are clearly audible in the channel. I am here now. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404, cut the comms now. That's Lukai's voice. So they've encountered each other already. What should we do? Should we contact 404? No can do. They've gone silent, and using the Monty frequency to establish comms would be too risky. Can we obtain their position from the transmission just now? Sure can. Right. Send it to Groza. Groza, we have an approximate location of 404. Sending it over now. Head there ASAP. Also, take Sextons with you. Use her to correct your course along the way. Must we? She can perform course corrections from aboard the Elmo. The opposition's permissions outrank Sextons, so it might be another third-gen doll. Right now, she's affiliated with the Elmo, so having some extra firepower will help with the upcoming op. Understood. I'll leave Limited and Colfing here to defend the Elmo. Everyone else will go to help Squad 404. Roger. I'm counting on you. Grossa enter transmission and preps to head out. As for me, I pause to think before sending a transmission to Centuracy. Centuracy, sit rep. The enemy has attempted 2 counterattacks. We repulsed them both. They might continue trying to seize this location. Abandon the base and return to the Elmo. Just like that, Master? Manji will lower their guard once they abandon the base. However, I think for a moment. Before that, send one last message from it. What kind of message? Use Morse code and broadcast in clear text. Where are you? Alright, I will do so now. Soon, Grossa sheep leave the Elmo and races off into the distance. Meanwhile, a series of long and short tones repeat through my earpiece, and I pray that they will convey adequate hope. Come on, you have to make it. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Whew, that was a long one. Like, my jaw is actually sore. So, yeah, it's another cliffhanger. Yeah, that one's really good. So, it seems like um, Lunacia might have actually interfered with the timeline because Groza was 100% going to blow herself up. But I think Lunacia might have actually rewrote time for that specific moment. But yeah, there's a lot going on with this. I actually going to have to watch it again to get all the details. This is definitely a Girls Frontline 1 level event, for sure. A lot happened, and there's a lot to digest. And I'm going to have to do another read-through. Just so I can get all the information again. Wibble Wobble Goddess, that's true. Yeah. So there's a lot of questions. We didn't get any answers. Well, we kind of did. But those answers came with more questions. Yeah. Yonder guy is on your side sometimes. So, we know Sextance is... She's definitely not the 3rd gen doll that RO is. She's a completely different spectrum. Definitely not based on Persica's design. And it definitely seems like she was built to become the next goddess. She has actually she has all of the yeah, she basically has everything down that she would need to be a key and actually be a vessel for the goddess. For any goddess, I have to say. She would just need access to Nirvana. And I don't know if there's any place that you can access Nirvana at right now, because the main one we've already destroyed back in Girls Frontline 1. There's probably another place. But I don't think it'd be in Russia. Yeah, but the Hull City is like super far away. Like, unless they teleport there, you know? Like, isn't that the one in the Antarctic? I mean, Paradise does some crazy shit, but they don't have teleportation yet. At least I hope not. I mean, they could fly there, but they will also be going into territory that doesn't belong to them. At least as far as I know. That's true. Assuming that, you know, we're in a timeline where reverse collapse actually happens. I hope they don't teleport. Yeah. But it's a yeah, Sections is has a lot going on. It's actually kind of insane. Um, because she really did not give off the vibe that she was going to be anything more than just like uh, a SFT or villain. So she definitely feels like that she was just a target for the rewrites. And honestly, I am fine with it. I do like what they did with her. Uh, it just felt pretty out of nowhere. Yeah, I know a little bit of Reverse Collapse, and I know that's kind of her thing. Um, the other thing is that we get to meet the Air again. Seeing the Air is really cool. I hope we see his sister soon. But I do like the Air a lot as a character. So it was very nice seeing him again. I wonder what's up with his Metal Gear Solid Eye patch. I don't think William is dead. Like, yes, the commander did. According to him, the commander confirmed multiple times that he did kill William, and I do believe him. I do believe he actually killed William, but I don't believe he's dead. Those are two different things. He killed William, but William is still alive. Um, so that might be like, yes, I know he's alive. He's alive in Reverse Collapse, but we're also at a point where we can't say for sure that Reverse Collapse is in this timeline because they completely veered away from what happened in Girls Frontline 1. And so there is a pretty big possibility that they could ignore Reverse Collapse as well. Because we are in a multi-timeline setting. So, yeah, the shit ending, yeah. So, depending on how they handle that, there is a possibility that we're in a timeline where we have a better ending than what we have in Reverse Collapse. So I don't want to go with the whole like, yeah, like William is alive in the future, therefore he's guaranteed to live in Girls Frontline 2. Yeah, we got to keep in mind that we are in like a multi timeline setting. Um, so the thing is that like if the commander actually killed, exactly right, Long Tran, um, they actually are trying to fuck with the timeline in order to get a better ending. So that's why I'm focused really hard on that. So if the commander actually did kill William, it's one of two things. One, there is another William, because, oh yeah, you guys may not know this, but William is actually a title. It's not like his actual name, but it's a title that scientists take on to keep anonymity, and so they can still do their sciencey things. So either there is another William, or the same, or Bill, that's his real name. Bill is alive. People call him Bob Paradox, but his real name is Bill. Bill may actually be alive, and he might have regenerated in some way, because he should know how to do that. Like, he freaking revived Lunacia, so we are in a realm where he could have legitimately died, but then came back to life. Wood chipper for the wheelies. Yeah. So William has always been an alias, is the thing. So before Bill, it was actually Martha who was used the title who was using the title as William, and then Martha gave up that title and gave it to Bill. Will Griffin be taking over the big bad spot? It. We do know that he is still active, but I think he's going to. Well, we do know that the URNC will eventually do fucked up shit, but I think at the end of the day, Griffin will just be a cog in the wheel. He'll be a very important cog in the wheel, but I don't think he'll be masterminding the entire thing. So the same person as William von Oberstein, that'd be Bill von Oberstein. Art Ballard is his full real name. Because there actually isn't a William von Oberstein or Oberstein. So how long was the event? With me narrating it, it took 6 hours. Is Kalina going to be on our side? Yes. I have no doubt about that. Like, Kalina is our ride or die chick. There's no doubt in my mind that she's still loyal. That said, there is a good chance that she could be manipulated. And she may not be as careful as she thinks she is being. Or safe as she thinks she's being. The Helena thing is actually not weird at all. I mean, it's weird in concept, but this happened with Lunacia. Like, literally the same thing. It's just, you can say it's more intense, but concept-wise, you can basically say the same thing happened with Lunacia is what they're doing. They're trying to make radiation immune individuals, and they use them as experiments in order to make a key. Or a base, one of those two. Now, obviously, sextants is a thing now, so we don't entirely know what they're using the Helenas for anymore, since sextants seems to be their magnum opus. I don't see. Oh, you mean from reverse collapse? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't played reverse collapse yet, so I don't know anything about that. Let's see. The first Antarctic War is probably going to still be a thing because that should still be a thing. Yeah, it could be same Helena, but from different timeline. Yeah. Now, I do hope that they put more. What's I looking for? they put more flair on the ending of Girls Frontline 1. Like, I want to see, like, that version, or Girls Frontline 2 version of the Girls Frontline 1 finale. I want to see that. I want to see an event of that specifically. Because if they can do an event for that, that would answer so many questions. And there was one thing on my mind about this event. Oh yeah, the redhead girl. Lentine? Yeah, that's her name. Thought the BSU died ending. Yeah. Like, so apparently they fought before during CK. Not, I should say CK because that's an event name. During Frankfurt. Yeah, so apparently they fought in Frankfurt. Which should emphasize that, yeah, the commander actually fought the military during Frankfurt. Because the whole thing about Frankfurt getting completely obliterated is that the Soviets, or the remnant Soviets, declared war on Frankfurt and I believe Berlin as well. And they just roamed it. They just went in and attacked with airstrikes and a ground army. And in Girls Frontline 1, we actually do not fight in that battle. Yes. Yes, they did. But that battle only lasted like 2 days, if that even, in Girls Frontline 1. And like I said, we didn't focus on actually fighting the military. We focused on saving civilians. But in the Girls Frontline 2 version, it sounds like we actually played a extremely substantial role in defending Frankfurt against the military. So, from what it sounds like, that redhead may have actually been part of the military. Yeah. Because the commander never mentions the Nidhogg protocol or anything like that. So, when he said that a lot of dogs were sacrificed for his victory, I'm assuming he means the fight in Frankfurt, and not like polarizing light or the joint military operation. Oh no, I win. The new character, yeah, the redhead. Lentine? Yeah, Lentine. Or Lentine, whatever. But yeah, there's like so many. That's like the last thing I was really thinking about. Yeah. She never shows up. Like, she's not even part of Ghost Frontline 1 at all. Um, Not even in, like, the data files. I don't think she ever shows up in the data files either. But she is like... It's kind of strange. Because at first, she didn't even want to kill the commander. In fact, I still think she doesn't want to kill the commander. She wants to, like... She's doing a Klukai, honestly. Yeah, she's doing a Klukai. She just wants to grab the commander and go like, why? Why did you leave me? Our battle would have been legendary. Possibly, honestly. Because she had like a full PTSD episode upon seeing the commander. And the thing is, I'm trying to figure out where, uh, if she could be related to someone, and that's really hard because there's no redheads in Girls Frontline 1. Actually, I don't recall any redheads unless they're T-dolls. It'll be funny if she's like, "You took everything from me," and the commander's like, "I don't even know who you are." But it would be amusing if she was like General Carter's like granddaughter or something. Yeah, most of the NPCs didn't really have anything beyond the standard colors. Definitely no redheads. Did Jaeger have a family? Yes, Jaeger had a family, yes. That would be interesting. If it was Jaeger's daughter. Yeah, technically speaking, he didn't drown to death. He actually got crushed by the waves. Yeah, he died in mech, yeah. The mech guy. It's funny how you guys think of him like that. Like, usually when people think about Jaeger, they say like, oh, the guy who really fucking hates Angelia. But yeah, I guess that's my theory for now. My little bit of a crackpot theory, a tiny bit of a crackpot, that she might have been part of the military, and she had a bone to pick with the commander. But then the commander outplayed basically the entire military. He is a hero of Frankfurt after all. He actually had war buddies in Frankfurt. Her Haru's husband for mentally ill. But okay, it's super late. My jaw hurts, so I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. This was good. This was a really good event. Um, Next episodes for Girls Frontline 1 summary It's probably gonna be 2 weeks from now. I still gotta work a lot on that. So I'll see you guys later. Take care. Have fun.